Hello. That is unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. I was on time. But, like, I'm not obviously a full-time streamer. So, I hit start stream on my software. And then YouTube has this thing where it's like, you have to start your stream on YouTube as well. And on me. I've done it the last couple times. Haven't missed it. I was literally talking to nobody for 5 minutes. I was like, oh, I'm not even live. And you guys were talking in the chat, so I assumed. I was like, okay. But here we go. I think everything's working here. We got good stream health. Day 2, man. Lot of interesting names have fallen. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Come hang out another night with us. Last night was great. Had some, great reactions. Great discourse going on. Usually sometimes like the draft stream chat can get toxic. And like almost day 2 is when it maybe gets the most toxic because it's like everybody wants the, 5 consensus kind of first round guys, at least consensus during mock draft season. Like, I'm there. I'm no better. I want Philly to come get the Toledo safety, McNeil Warren. That would be incredible. But what are you guys saying? We got Niners on the clock. They traded back like, 2 times from the first round? I could see the Niners here for sure go on the offensive line. Look, I figured out you can toggle this, even though it looks super weird. They could go, they could go pass rush. That's what Daniel Jeremiah is saying. Old Jeremiah. San Francisco talks about trading away this pick, but no one has reported trading it. I mean, it's like Madden, dude. This is like the hardest pick to trade up for. I feel like this is like, honestly, like outside. I mean, okay, that's a stupid comp. But this is, it's weirdly one of the more expensive picks I think to trade up for. Because you don't have like the rhythm and momentum of the first round. I feel like sometimes teams are just going to kind of go with the flow. Like, all right, let's do our trade. We just saw this trade happen. To start this, there's probably been so much talk for San Francisco. How many teams have, it's, what I would say on record is it almost feels like the first overall pick in the draft is like more valuable than like the last 5 to 10 picks of the second round in terms of trade value. Because obviously those first round picks are worth more. Obviously they're going to be probably better players for the most part. You get the 5th year option. But in terms of having a trade and the price of your pick, if you want to trade it, it's not, I can make the argument that the first pick of the second round, its trade value price is going to be like more almost than like what a first round pick would cost. Because now you probably have, if you pick at, when did the Niners pick? 29, 30, 28, one of those ones. When you're picking at 20, you might only have 1 or 2 teams that are offering you a trade for pick 28. Right? Maybe not a huge market. You can't really leverage teams against each other, get them to bid against each other. But you know what you can do? When you have the first pick and you probably have 20 teams that want to trade up to get that, like you now have a hot commodity, It's like Pokemon card scalping. You now control what could potentially happen. Now, maybe that's why the Niners are running the clock down here. But, interesting. Very, very interesting. What's up, everybody? Tebe, Swagbox, Cooperative Gamer, what's up, man? Thanks for coming back. TJ, what up? Cameron, Eagles fan, if we could trade up to get McNeil Warren, trade up to get Greenard or Sweat. Get an OL or tight end, A+ draft. I'll tell you what, if we get McNeil Warren, John Greenard, and like Oscar Delp tonight, Howie's on a generational run. Cameron, what do you think? What's your vibes on the Mekhi Lemon? I'm going to take it. You're down with Mekhi Lemon. You're down with that pick. What's up, Joey? Man, they're just running that clock down. I mean, they were saying the first round felt quick. I disagree. That draft felt agonizing. Like, to get through the first 6 picks, it was like an hour. And it wasn't actually an hour, but it was like an hour of the broadcast. Like, I don't know. They got to... How have they not figured out how to streamline this whole process? They've only been doing it for 30 years. Like, this should be like something that, like, I don't know, you just never go to commercial break. You just keep it picture in picture when there is an ad break, so that this, you treat it like a soccer game. Like that clock, like there's no commercial soccer. It's 45 minutes straight of gameplay. You don't get any commercials in between. The draft needs to be treated like that, and then I guess you could have pop-ups and stuff. I don't know. I feel like maybe that would keep it honest, because like literally they get like 3 picks behind. Like they're not actually behind on the picks in the draft, like the NFL teams aren't. But like everyone has to wait because they're going to 6 goddamn commercials between pick 1 and pick 2. San Francisco. Okay, let's talk about it. Niners pick. O-line, edge, wide receiver, D-line, safety. So safety is there. Could be EMN watch. We'll just call it EMN, the Toledo safety. Daniel Jeremiah was hyping up edge rush. But, all right, the Niners have made their pick. No trades. Couldn't land a blockbuster there. You guys think the Cowboys reached on Malachi Lawrence? Yeah, maybe. He did and was getting some first-round vibes. I think Daniel Jeremiah had him go in the first round his last month. I think Dane Brugler, 2 of the best, had him going in the first. But it's like anytime you have a traitsy, like big-time athlete edge rusher, you got to be careful of like not saying something that'd be a bad receipt. Because like it's like, oh yeah, Malachi Lawrence, that guy was going like 3rd round like a month ago. And like you get him in the first round. It's like, okay, yeah, it's kind of true. But in 2-3 years' time, if his athletic traits translate to the next level, which they very well could, like he's going to be like a star pass rusher for the Cowboys, and here you are saying it's a bad pick. You want D'Angelo? I want D'Angelo Pond. Okay, I guess let's establish that as well. Let's let this Niners pick in. And for reference, the background draft tracker thing that we got here is wait a minute. Why is okay? My bad. This is there we go. Get this thing in line here. So, the website that's in the background is sometimes throughout the first round, it was ahead of, I'm watching the broadcast. I don't really like being spoiled too much. So I'm looking at my broadcast feed, and then I'm looking up at the pick on the background, just in case it looks like it doesn't sync up. Here we go, Goodell. 49ers are out here. Andy Lee, the punter. All right, shut up, punter. Make the pick. Are they going to go edge rush? Niners pick. Wow, Dejon Stribling. Big time speed on the outside. He was a guy Philly brought in for top 30 visit. I mean, yeah, just high weight speed, 6'2", 4.3 speed. One of those guys like Ole Miss spread the ball around so much, like they're not a team that like wasn't a huge opportunity for him to put up like 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns. So many mouths to feed. Interesting. That's a little like he's been a guy like I would target 3rd round if we were still looking for a wide receiver. Like if you miss out on Ted Hurst, someone like Stribling was kind of a good secondary option. But that's a little rich. I will say a little rich, but much like, the one picks that are always going to be reaches, that will age poorly if you kind of shit on it, are like the guys that are like, oh, the 4-3 guy. Because when those 4-3 guys hit, which not always 100% hit rate, they hit, and they end up being an absolute game changer. So the kind of speed there. Ricky Pearsall. I don't know. George Kittle stays healthy. Has Brock Purdy got the arm to find dribbling downfield for a deep threat like that, to utilize that? Cardinals pick is up. They make that pick. Quarterback. Maybe if Ty Simpson was still there, that's not going to happen. Offensive line, edge rush, D-line, linebacker. What are we thinking? Cardinals with a great pick, but a questionable pick in round one. Can't we all agree? Jeremiah Love. I'm on the side of I like running backs, and I'm sick of really good running backs going to bad teams, and that's very much what that situation is. But if you're the Cardinals, you're like, all right, a chance at a new superstar player, exciting player, helps the marketing of the team if he pans out. I get it. No, you're hoping they can get their next, when was the last time the Cardinals had like a star, a true star player? Hot tip, like David Johnson. Was David Johnson even really a star player? He was sick, but it's like that's a franchise there in Arizona that I don't know, man. They could use a superstar, and maybe Jeremiah Love will be that. But I mean, you gotta get the offensive line better. It's like freaking Ashton Genty going to the Raiders. The O-line's just not good enough to utilize a running back like that. Chase Besantis, they go tackle. There you go. I know Dave Brugler had him as a first rounder in his rankings. That was a guy that I've mocked to the Eagles in the past. Good pick. Probably the best lineman. If you're going to look at pound for pound of the tackles, guards, and centers that are available, he's probably the best guy right now. And you might be looking at, maybe Jennings Dunker or Manuel Pregnon is like the next big IOL off the board. But that's a solid pick. Run game. There's your run game. You get a brand new running back, and you get a upgrade starter at probably right guard. Sucks for my fellow Canadian Isaiah Adams, but that's a solid pick, man. But I go back to the overall my talking point about the Jeremiah Love selection. It feels like at pick 3, any team getting Jeremiah Love that doesn't, unless you have Bijan, like the obvious teams that just don't need a running back at all, it's going to be a solid pick. But maybe more so than any position on the offensive side of the ball, that is a luxury that you need to be. That should be the last piece, the missing piece, the final piece. The same way Philadelphia did it with Saquon Barkley, the last piece, the missing piece of the offense. Arizona's not that running back away. So, I don't know. I think overall net positive for me. You throw in Chase Besantis, that certainly helps for the Cardinals draft. But still just kind of a weird pick, man. Like the logic to think that they're a running back away. It's so, there's no way they actually thought that. I'm just thinking how I kind of let off with that pick. Like a marketing thing. Like this guy's a great player. He's a sick player. He's going to sell jerseys. He's going to sell tickets. He's going to get people, hopefully, if he catches fire, becomes this next generational running back, which, who knows? And Jeremiah Love, pretty special player. That it's going to be, he's going to be a showstopper. He's going to be a franchise player for the Cardinals. Buffalo Bills. This, in my mock draft today, I had them selecting Denzel Boston. I will say officially I'm 0 for 2 in my mock. I did the my little mock draft of how I thought today was going to go. 0 for 2. But I did have Denzel Boston going to Buffalo. I think this, not a huge Denzel Boston guy, but I was not a huge Denzel Boston guy in the first round. Now that you're in the second round, you're into day 2. It's like, okay, now you don't have that added extra pressure of being a first-round wide receiver. And then suddenly it's a little bit easier to be optimistic about his strengths and how they'll translate to the NFL than some of his weaknesses. And the lack of running the 40-yard dash, only going to kind of go into are you actually going to be able to create separation, or are you just going to be the reliance jump ball guy that has a 30% hit rate in the NFL right now? But I think for the Bills, you want that big-bodied receiver in Keon Coleman. That seems like a wash at this point. Maybe they go back to the well and get a big 6'4", 210-pound All right, let's see. He's walking out here. Who's this guy? Looks like my father-in-law. His buddy is a Bills fan. Is that actually him? No. Oh, TJ Parker, edge rock. Okay. I didn't know if they were going to go. I don't know if well, I don't know. I'm not a Bill. I couldn't tell you what the Bills fans are kind of power ranking their positions. I think TJ, awesome player. I had him as a first rounder. So I don't know if edge is that the position Buffalo needs to make their big first pick of the draft? You know, Greg Rousseau. You got Bradley Chubb coming in as a veteran. Parker's, what, is he the third guy? Landon Jackson's there. I'm not gonna lie, fellas. Had a little salad before I came in. I was hooting quick. Hit the nitrous on it so I could get down here in time. But my ball knowledge right now, I'm feeling pretty good. Like, I'm feeling like in my third eye is on our lads, and I'm looking at the depth charts, but I don't even need to look. Some of these references. Landon Jackson? How am I pulling that? So, yeah, I don't know where TJ Parker would fall in that pass rush rotation, but I love the player. I think he's a guy that's, look at he's had proven production. Obviously, last year was better than this year, but you could say that for pretty much everybody on Clemson. Tested well, was a big Senior Bowl winner by all accounts. 5-star recruit, tested like a 5-star recruit. I'm in. I like that pick. Houston is trading up. Whoa. Who would Houston want here? I wonder if Chase Bisontis going got them scared for going like guard, like an interior lineman on the other side, right? You got Rutledge in the first round. You know, what's that line even looking like? I was trying to think about it today. I was like, all right, so left tackle for the Texans, left guard, center, right guard, right tackle. They have, of that, in free agency, they got, who'd they get? Jake Slaughter. This could be, yes, center. Caden McDonald. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, just commit all to the defense and get Caden McDonald. He's still the big name. He's still the big fish. He was a guy that he showed up. He's actually at the draft, so that's usually represents players that are expected to be first rounders that aren't, unfortunately. So he's still on the board. That could have been the big name to try to be aggressive there and trade up. But who did the Texans get in? I can't open up any more screens, so I can't literally go look at their depth chart right now. Like, what are the Texans' offensive line? Like, I know they got some guys in free agency. Were they the team that got Braden Smith? Did they get Braden Smith from the Colts? They got like Braden Smith and another veteran guy. I think, but I don't know. I could be misspeaking. The Giants. You need the Giants to take McDonald. It'd be annoying if the Giants could get in, one of those big D tackles immediately to be like, all right, we lost Dexter Lawrence, but I need Houston to go Caden McDonald here. Now that you've said that, I'm not worried. Yes, I hope they do not go offensive line. Yeah, but to your point, yeah, so they got probably Ursery at left tackle. Left guard is open. Left guard's Wyatt Teller. There we go. Yeah, so it's probably Ursery, Wyatt Teller. Center's wide open. Right guard is Rutledge. Right tackle is Braden Smith. So, they need a center. I don't know. I mean, I like Jake Slaughter, but I don't know. This might be a little rich. They're showing Caden McDonald. Is this convenient? Is this foreshadowing? Ed Ingram, too. Yeah. But Teller and Braden Smith are on one-year deals. Houston trades 2 and 3 for a 2 and 4. Raiders accumulating more picks. Get a top 100 pick. Nicely done. I mean, that's another thing. I might need you. I'm watching the NFL feed, but I know some of you guys are probably on Twitter. If there's like a trade, I don't know how immediate it would come like in my pipeline versus if I was just like constantly refreshing the page. So if there is a trade that happens tonight, which there's rumors, there's a couple guys could be on the move. Definitely feel free to chime in. No, I don't really like people spoiling picks if we're all kind of waiting, but absolutely spoil any trades you may see. All right, Houston walking out. I'm going to say, yeah, it could be offensive line, but now as an Eagle fan, I would be a little annoyed if Cade McDonald fell to the Giants. So, a good comps. Just go all in on defense. You can play with, who do they got at D-tackle? Tommy Togiai. Cade McDonald, let's go. That's a good one. Doesn't fall to the Giants. Sorry for the Giant fan that reminded me about that. Thank you. That is, wow. Okay. Okay. I always have to just keep my my stream screen for you guys like see in the browser here is way zoomed in. It doesn't line up with like what I'm seeing. So I'm going to try my best to make sure it's like I'm not like have no picks on the board or something. But yeah, Cade McDonald going to Houston. Keep a terrifying defense. ESPN. I only have. I'm only going off my phone, and so I got to use like this app. And the only thing the app has is NFL Network. Let me see if my feed's fully up though. Oh no, it's live. Well, that certainly helps. Thank you very much, New York Giants, for not trading up. Caden McDonald would have been very annoying. You know, they need to be punished for getting rid of Dexter Lawrence. They don't need to be rewarded by getting like a first round caliber D tackle. Let's see, Giants. Who could they go here? They could go McNeil Warren. That could be the ultimate, like, that's infuriating. I could see them adding a safety. O-line corner. It's a nice corner still. I mean, Mod McCoy. Could go Lee Hunter. If you want to, replace Dexter Lawrence in a way, do what the Eagles are doing by going Mekhi Lemon. Like, give yourself the best probable chance to replace as much of that production you're losing as possible. And you could get that with Lee Hunter as a run defender. Giants could go wide receiver here. Who would they like? Boston? Is Ted Hurst going super early? Chris Brazell. I bet you Ted Hurst goes before Chris Brazell. Man, right now, like I'm gonna say biasly as an Eagles fan, fellas, I'm hoping for like the worst picks possible. If you're watching this, a fan of another team, I'm personally hoping you have the dumbest pick of all time, so that the board is excellent for my Eagles. And while everyone's in here, throw a like on the stream. Always appreciate that. Helps it move up the power rankings. The pick is in. Okay, I guess with all eyes on the Giants, NFC East pick, I'd love for this to be a miss. The Nair joining you from England as usual. Let's go, buddy. What's up? He won't follow us, but still dreaming of getting McNeil Warren. Yep. I mean, until he's gone, there's a chance. I would be shocked if how he doesn't have to trade up. But you never know, man. I think it was going to be fairly obvious to me that Dylan Thynum was going to go to the first round over McNeil Warren. I never really thought McNeil Warren was a first rounder. I had that advice though for players I like that feels weird because it means that you don't really like. I don't really think Omar Cooper's a first rounder, but he's sick. Giants are coming out. This is where we hope McNeil Warren. I mean, I would say it's probably an option. It's on the table. "37th pick, the Giants. Colton Hood, okay. Corner, DB. I think he played with Travis Hunter in Colorado, didn't he? I think, wasn't he the other guy with Travis Hunter? Cool. That's nice. I mean, yeah. I mean, a little bit smaller, but this is, the range that he was expected to go. Wonder where he's going to go. They must think he's an outside guy because don't they have guy from Kentucky as their nickel? Drew Phillips, isn't Drew Phillips their nickel, and isn't he pretty solid? So they must want to have him be an outside guy. Don't talk bad on Omar Cooper. I'm not. I like him. It's just I don't think that's. I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that Omar Cooper was underrated for so long. That's all right, man. This is gonna be this is my sleeper. That's going in third round right now. That's pretty sick. And then it's oh no, now he's a first rounder. I wanted you in the third round. I wanted you at that price point. Dang, not bad though. Colton Hood. Yeah, let's throw some grades out here. I guess that's always a fun thing to do. We have DeJuan Stribling. That's probably a say C plus B minus. I don't think there's a huge discrepancy between any of the wide receivers right now that are there. So if you just want height, weight, speed, he's probably in the discussion for your top option. But it is kind of weird. So yeah, I'd say C plus, B minus, C plus. But I get the pick. Besantis, that is A. T.J. Parker, A, maybe B plus, just because I don't know. I could be wrong, and I haven't really had any Bills fans in chat agree or co-sign that where's edge rush on the priorities for the Buffalo Bills there, but clearly getting value. So I'd say I'll go A minus on T.J. Parker, A on Caden McDonald, Colton Hood's probably a B plus. All right, we got Matt Miller coming out. Raiders pick is in. They could go anybody, be honest with you. Ooh, trading Stooks. Okay, so before I couldn't get into. I was pinched for time. I wanted to do a ranking on a tweet of who I wanted tonight, and I got 8. I was man, I got to get 10, and I couldn't think of 2 before. I was all right, draft starts too late. But of the 8. I had Stooks on that list for targets. I'd be fine with it. Because he's going to be a safety probably at the next level. You like his ability to play around the football. Good plus athlete, tested very well. It's a good get, man. I mean, again, and there's versatility there. He could be a corner. So a chance to get 2 swings at finding the best way that he can impact your defense for the Raiders. That is not bad at all. They got some. I mean, Al Davis would be proud. You get Buddy from Iowa State last year. Darian Porter, right? You get Darian Porter and Stu. That's just cheese. That's height, weight, speed, cheese in the secondary. So shout out to Al Davis with that pick. I like that one. I mean, we're throwing grades out. I'd give that an A. I think that is an A move from the Vegas Raiders. And also, McNeil Ward's still on the board. Cleveland Browns pick is in quarterback. No, I'm just going to go off this site and trust NFL.com's positional rankings and valuation here. So Browns quarterback, no. Offensive line, wide receiver, corner, edge. Well, I mean, Denzel Boston's probably going to be the most talked about wide receiver until he gets drafted. Browns don't really have that style of receiver on the roster, unless you're looking more towards Harold Fannin at tight end. There's definitely still some corners on the board. This could be nickel. This could be D'Angelo Ponce. This could be Keontae Scott. This could be Terrell. Pass rush. A pass rush on the other side. This could be Jamal McCoy. The free fall for Jamal McCoy, is it going to be very similar to Will Johnson last year, where it's okay, you're going to follow the first round because we're worried about your knee. And then whatever team ends up picking in the second round looks like geniuses because, shock, you're freaking really good. Why did you fall in the first place? So, that could be a Browns thing, man. Put him on the other side of Denzel Ward. Denzel Ward's always a name that's a potential trade candidate. Have McCoy be the successor there. Get a first-round caliber corner in the second round. The Browns go Carson Beck. You guys think Carson Beck will be the next quarterback taken? Is that a consensus? It's a pick 'em right now. It's not like there's any dumb decisions. I think Carson Beck is probably the last name I'd put in that bubble of, I guess I could see him being the next quarterback taken. But, you got Drew Aller. You got Green. Taylor Green. You got Klubnik. Nuss. Probably Beck would be in that bubble of players. Yo, what's up, everybody? What's up, Eddie? I think he'll go Beck than Nuss. Why is McCoy dropping, man? Knee. People are saying maybe another operation needs to be done for the knee. I don't know. It is definitely weird, but NFL teams don't tend to be super wrong on those types of situations. But he did run a 40-yard dash at a pro day workout, so it's not like he literally had the surgery and hasn't been back out on the football field. So that's interesting. I'm sure it will come out when he gets drafted. They'll cut to Ian Rappaport. He'll have all the inside scoop as why he's falling. And in terms of offensive line, you got Pregnon at guard, who's probably going to be the next guard taken. Tackle Dunker from Iowa. All right, Browns, pick is in. Let's see it. Denzel Boston, wide receiver from Washington. I threw 9 picks out there, so I'm not going to say I just called that. But for a wide receiver, they don't have that style. Wide receiving core, if you don't have just the dominating wide receiver one, which not every team does, you got to have a core. You got to have guys that complement one another so you can open up the playbook. And, fades, jump ball situations suddenly are in the Browns playbook this year. And Denzel Boston, one of those guys like I like a lot more as a second rounder than a first rounder. Just I think a lot, if he becomes a good one-dimensional player, right? If he just becomes like a good jump ball specialist, getting that in the second round is fine. I feel like any wide receiver you get in the first round, unless you're getting a guy that has like 4.2 speed and you're taking the gamble, unlike your John Rosses and your Xavier Worthies, you want your first round pick to be like well-rounded. You don't want a niche player. Okay, though. Cool for the Browns, man. 2 wideouts. KC, Concepcion, and Denzel Boston. Got Fano at tackle. My logic last night was like the Browns would just get the pieces in place for the quarterback next year. Whoever, you don't have the quarterback of the future on your roster right now, but make sure the one that you do get, like when you finally find that QB, the roster's in place. Feels like they're doing that. The Kansas City Chiefs at pick number 8. Cornerback, wide receiver, edge, D-line. I mean, corners, there's still a lot of value there. Who's this guy? Bill Maz. Never heard of this guy in my life. R. Mason Thomas, defensive end from Oklahoma. Okay. Has some like ridiculous pursuit highlight plays. Like effort there. He's just, his whole thing is like, so he's not a premier athlete and he's a little undersized. So like those guys are like, again, niche players. Like R. Mason Thomas might only ever be like a pass rush specialist. But those guys can get paid in the league. Just because you're not out there on every down doesn't mean you can't be, R.M.H. Thomas seems like the kind of guy that will get like enough sacks that when it becomes time for like free agency, maybe he's not a clear-cut starter in Kansas City, and then like some other team will pay big money. Like, you'll be a starter on our team. Like the Nick Herbig approach. So we'll throw some grades in here. Denzel Boston, I will go A-. R. Mason Thomas, that seems like a B. Maybe B-. So you guys saying B-. Oh, I got a hangnail. The Cincinnati Bengals pick is in. Kane, your Bengals. You're hoping for Jacob Rodriguez. That would be. I think me and Bengal fans are on the same page in that you guys just start get all the 23 to 25-year-old almost at their ceiling, but good players at this point. So you can get starters on rookie contracts. Jacob Rodriguez, Keontae Scott. Pass rush. I don't really know if who's like Romello Height at pass rush. Oh, look, they spoiled the pick. I saw it. They go Cassius Howell, edge rusher from Texas A&M. Probably the biggest name available still on the board as an edge. Nice business there. Like that's an A. That's an easy A for Cincy. Man, Howell was a transfer too, wasn't he? I'm trying to remember, man. Where did he transfer? Like Wyoming? Was it Wyoming? I feel like it was like in the MAC. But yeah, just like, again, like a little undersized, but you look pretty scary, man. Texas A&M's defense and Texas Tech's defense were just literally like NFL teams. They're all super old. Bowling Green. Where the hell I'm going to be honest. Where the hell is Bowling Green? Is that like Kentucky or something? I've done a pretty good job like figuring out where like all these schools that aren't like a location is as a Canadian, as a non-American. I think Bowling Green might be the only one I'm not sure of right now. Does Zachariah Branch fall to the Steelers? He just got arrested, so you might be able to give him at a real good value if that's who you are hoping for. I don't think you'd have to get him now. You could probably wait. You could probably be patient. Saints pick is in at number 10. Bowling Green's in Ohio. Okay. There's a Bowling Green, Kentucky, but one's so I was half right. Okay, not that dumb. Not a terrible guess. All right, the Saints selection. Oh, I see it. I gotta stop looking at this site. Christian Miller, D tackle from Georgia. Solid. That's appropriate value. Miller was likely going to be a second round pick. Had some first round buzz. Just like, he's not your freak athlete Georgia defensive tackle that they've been kind of putting out. You want to know why? You don't want to know why, though? Like, the vibes, Daniel Jeremiah said, like, first compliment. He's the first off the bus. When you get that compliment, that's a way of saying not a good athlete. First off the bus is now not a good athlete terminology. So, it's like a classic, pretty damn good Georgia defensive tackle, but he's just not a freak athlete like the other ones. So, like, that second round feels appropriate. Miami can literally go anywhere. Miami should be taking the best player available. Who would be? I mean, again, you would assume Jerome McCoy's the best player available, but if the injuries are really, really bad, you could see it be Terrell, McNeil, Warren, Pregnon, Rodriguez. Like, if I'm thinking about Miami, it's like, what are their starters? What starters do they feel good about going this season? Center, like they like Brewer. Probably Patrick Paul at tackle. Devon Achane at running back. Malik Willis at quarterback because you just paid him. And then the defense is like, it's even more question marks. You got Chop Robinson, probably. Zach Seiler. They got a linebacker, the veteran linebacker. I can't remember his name, but he's probably pretty decent there. Like, to be like counted on as that's a solid player. Everywhere else, though, it was Dunzo coming into this draft. Like, literally pound for pound. Like, I was thinking about, like, who's going to be my Madden franchise next year. Like, Dolphins are I'm leaning Tennessee right now. Still have to have the conversation with some of the other content creators. Just we always just kind of touch base. But, it's going to be probably either Tennessee or Miami. Because Miami's roster is literally one of the worst rosters I've ever seen. So I am almost selfishly viewing this pick that the Dolphins could make here as it's of interest to me because they're one of the teams that perhaps I will be playing with for 5 months next Madden. So let's get someone that'll be fun for the video. That'd be cool. Have those vibes with Tennessee too. Titans, let's keep crushing. Let's keep bringing in some big names. Thank you for trading up for Keldrick Falk. I'll work on that. Maybe develop that guy. Cardell Tate, sweet. The career redemption or the career reset and refocus of Cam Ward. I'm going to just force feed Carnell Tate. Get ready for Alec Ayo Manor cheese. The Cowboys traded for Kayvon Thibodeau? Wow. What did they give up? Wow. I mean, I hope they paid like a decent price. And the disrespect, the lack of respect. Giants be like, I don't care, we'll trade him in the division. Just get rid of him. Wow. What? Are the Giants the worst ran team in the league? Let me see the draft haul here. I could be 100% trolled. You were lying. Wow. The Cowboys traded for D. Winters, the linebacker from the Niners. Interesting. That probably wasn't that expensive then. Interesting. Like, I would guess that was probably, what, a 4? 4 or 5? Like, Winters was the guy that I'm pretty sure started when Fred Warner went down. I think. I mean, he played because someone got hurt. Like, he was lower on the depth chart. I feel like he was, I would say, very casual. I kind of remember him from, like, my IDP. Like, he was always kind of decent in IDP Fantasy League. That's probably my extent of... I know D. Winters. Oh, D. Winters TCU, right? He was a TCU linebacker, like a tweener. Big safety. Miami Dolphins. All right, let's get back locked in here. I got so many. There might be a chance if I ever have to leave the stream. My brother's in hospital still, so I may get updates, may get a call. May have to dip for, it won't be long, like a minute, but I did not leave, did not pass out. Miami, already. Yeah, again, Miami Dolphins here, BPA. Don't have a dumb pick. Don't have some super random name here. Let's get, spoil it, Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, tech sec. Yep, exactly. Just, you have so many needs. Get going. Just start picking. Best player. Whoever your highest graded player is, go grab that guy. Jacob Rodriguez is going to be a day one starter. Nice pick. I thought there was a chance maybe Rodriguez could sneak up in the first round, to be honest with you. Wow, Miami. Any Finns fans in chat? I'd say A. I'd give that an A. That is an A from this guy. He's the new Zach Thomas. Oh, yeah. Look at that mustache. But he's sick, man. I think he was one of the more disrespected players this whole draft process. Talked about last night. I think people were just kind of writing him off as that classic type of college linebacker that just can't make the jump to the NFL. Looks so good in college. But like, oh, yeah, I know. Then he just tested, and he's also like an A-tier athlete. 4.57. I think the agility numbers are all crazy. I like that pick. Good pick. Finally a Heisman in Miami. Should have won it, right? I remember they started padding his like stats at Texas Tech. Like, let him just 1 yard. They gave him like 3 1-yard rushing touchdowns, I'm pretty sure. What do you think of the KC Conception pick? Slot wide receiver. You need a slot wide receiver. Slot wide receiver's in a very important position. Slot wide receiver and nickel on corner. Those used to be kind of like afterthoughts. Now you can win games because of that. Gotta look at the way that, Amon-Ra, CeeDee Lamb, Puka Nacua to an extent. Like these guys in the slot are sometimes the focal point of a passing offense. So Conception, good, one of the best slot projected players in this class. And then you get Denzel Boston, complements that skill set a little bit. He's more of the jump ball outside the numbers guy. Detroit Lions pick is in. All right, no spoilers. I am looking here. What are we looking here? Detroit. They got tackle, like edge rush. DB. Calvin Johnson, let's go. Megatron, the GOAT. Derek Moore, defensive end, Michigan. Ooh. I don't know if I think he was the next edge rusher that was supposed to be coming off the board. Goes over Gabe Jackas. I guess maybe not a huge discrepancy. Zion Young, I think he's slightly overrated. Just from like these, he's consistently up there. I'd rather some of these other edge rushers before I go that direction. Barham is going to be probably an interesting type. Sure, though. I mean, yeah, sure. I get, I think that gives me the vibes of, is the value good, but it's the right pick? Like, do you love the player, or do you love that at least they went edge rush? Like, thank you for addressing this position. I hope it works out. All right, the Ravens up next. They get Vega in the first round. Classic Ravens pick. Maybe not as much as like sometimes Baltimore, like a guy just falls to them, falls in their lap. But I was thinking a mantra of the Ravens are like they just somehow always get a good player to fall to them. And Vega going at guard, not a sexy pick, but I think if you're a Ravens fan, you've seen what Lamar Jackson and that offense could look like with a healthy offensive line and a good offensive line, and what they look like with a offensive line that has holes to it. So Vega Iota is going to certainly help everything there. They follow that up. I don't know. A center, right? You got to replace Linderbaum. Could this be Slaughter? Wide receivers out there. You got edge rush, D-line, tight end. Is this where Oscar Delp's skyrocket continues? Baltimore looks to get and replace that, like get a speedy tight end too, like they have with Isaiah Likely. 49ers got a 5th round pick for winners. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Michael Trigg didn't sneak into your 3rd round. He'd be fun in Baltimore. Man, until like it was like one of those guys with Michael Trigg. It's like, okay, not a well-rounded tight end, more like a receiver. He's a plus receiver. Ridiculous highlight reel catches, but he's like more of a big slot tight end than he is like a blocker. So when you give that up, you gotta kind of look like Eli Stowers a little bit to get drafted high. You got to be 45-inch vertical, low 4.5, 4.4 speed. And then Trigg came out, literally had like, I don't even know what his 40 was, and his vertical was like 29 inches. So when you're like the one-dimensional tight end, that might be very well. Like there's that role. That some teams, that is what they need in their tight end. And Michael Trigg, with what he's shown as a receiver at Baylor, like probably one of the best highlight reels out of all the tight ends in this whole class. If we're going off highlight reel only, Michael Trigg might just be right behind Kenyon Sadiq. But I feel like personally, when you're that one-dimensional, you got to be like really a plus athlete. You got to be really, really good one-dimensional. And, I don't know if Trigg has that to go next tight end. Dennis Sutton. You're hoping the Bengals would take Dennis Sutton. Maybe we target a tight end like Roush or Depp. Yeah, I mean, big time. Those big-time athletes, they go early. They don't take long to get off the board. Who realistically stands between us and McNeil Warren? Well, assuming that's who Philly wants, which I honestly think they could. I mean, Colts could go DB. Vikings could go DB. Panthers could go DB. There's definitely a couple teams. All right, the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, we didn't grade. So I gave A for Jacob Rodriguez. Derek Moore to Michigan, I would say B-. Right position to go, I think, in the 2nd round for Detroit. Maybe not my favorite edge rusher at that spot, but thoughts on Justin Jolly? Another one of those guys where, from what I saw, and I actually, honest to God, watched like 2 or 3 full NC State games, betting on them as a degenerate gambler. And unfortunately, I was on the losing end. They got a nice quarterback down there, though. I'll tell you that right now. But like for like big time receiver, looked good. Production was there. It's like, yeah, this guy can get separation. He's a good safety net. And then they go to testing, and you know, not plus enough. Like it makes it tough. Like how he won in college to translate in the NFL when you're, just a whelming athlete. But I would say for like Justin Joliet, ceiling would be like a good receiving tight end too. Ravens. Mark Ingram, let's go. Okay, come on, let's make the pick. Oh, he's doing some sort of PR thing. Girls flag football, cool. I'd watch the shit out of that. Whoa. When I was in high school, I would watch the shit. I would not watch girls high school flag football. I would not have a lot of interest. I was thinking back, like when I was at school, right? I'm gonna save myself on that. They go Zion Young, edge rusher from Mizzou. Okay, he was like probably top edge remaining if you looked at the last night. So my point to the girls, girls watching girls high school football, it just made me think of when I was in high school. I remember they would ask like male athletes to like go out of their way to support, like, oh, when the girls hockey team would play, like, no, be like, it is what it is. Like, oh yeah, let's everyone get out to the girls hockey game. Like, all right, cool. Yeah, I'd go to it usually be a pretty good time. And there would be people saying, oh, girls volleyball game, guys, come out and support the girls. And I'm telling you, like, it always felt like, it's not fair to say there was a chore at the time, but it was always like, oh my God, stop like inviting me. Oh, fine, I'll go. It's like they were nagging us to go to the game. Point being, if my high school had a girls flag football, I'd watch shit out of that. That'd be cool. That would not have to be marketed over the PA system. That's cool if that exists. I don't think that exists in Canada though. I got to make sure I'm not going to. Yeah, nothing like a mid 30-year-old being like, man, I really would love to watch girls flag football. I'll also piggyback my save on. I think my daughter would love that. She is very violent. She's gonna be either flag football player or backyard wrestler. Tampa Bay at 14. Could this be C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia? That's who I had them taking today in my mock. Linebacker makes sense, though, because you can replace Levante David. Do they want to try to replace Mike Evans? Go wide receiver here. That was one of the discussions we had in chat last night during the first round. Was like, would the Bucs go wide out? Like, do you think like Chris Godwin off injury and Abuka? Make the Eagles fans upset. What the fuck? You getting McNeil Warren? They go Josiah Trotter, Missouri. That's not making us mad, you nerd. God, Rondé Barber's a nerd. I literally thought that was about to be the greatest. That was going to make up for the David Akers troll. If Rondé Barber literally came out there and said, I'm going to make the Eagles fan mad, and then they took McNeil Warren. That's like the ultimate villain. All right, Josiah Trotter. Shout out Axeman the Third. We have Axeman Jr. Obviously always get a root for him. Jeremiah Trotter was like the big me linebacker when I was becoming an Eagles fan. He was the enforcer. So the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the. Is this quarterback? Do you think Pittsburgh would be done? Like, this could be Drew Aller? Nussmeier? Like, do you think? Do you really think that's the play? Or do they go offensive line? Got to replace a couple guys on that offensive line still, right? They got Broderick Jones, question mark, but then you got, Isaac Seumalo's gone at guard. This could be like a Pregnon. That wide receiver. They got sniped from Mekhi Lemon. Do you come back and aggressive in round 2 to go get a wide receiver they really like at this point? It could be McNeil Warren. I mean, every team here. What Falcons wouldn't be in on a McNeil Warren. Packers wouldn't be in on him. That's literally it. Every other team, McNeil Warren could be in play for. But I'm gonna say wide receiver. I think they were probably a little embarrassed after last night with the whole, like, literally the only thing people are talking about with the Pittsburgh Steelers, the host team from the first round of the draft, is literally how they got memed by Howie Roseman on the Mekhi Lemon pick. So I could see them being like, all right, the guy we had next highest rated wide receiver is still on the board. We're going to trade up and get him. Screw you, Philly. Then we get to play the game, if this is a wide receiver, whose career's better? Mekhi Lemon's always going to be compared to this guy, especially, at least between Pittsburgh and Philly fans. So by that'd be cool if this is a wide receiver. I don't know who that could be. Bryce Lance. Antonio Williams. Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver, Alabama. It's on, man. How are you supposed to? Wow, I mean, yeah, there we go. That makes it interesting. They're going to be forever compared. It's not going to be a fair comparison because there's just a different caliber of prospect entering the league between Mekhi Lemon and what he should be able to do and what Jeremy Bernard should do. But, I mean, Jeremy Bernard is very interesting, man. Alabama last year, it was supposed to be the Ryan Williams show. Everyone wanted to watch Ryan Williams and see, him and Jeremiah Smith, 2 sophomores, go at it. Ryan Williams became a little bit of afterthought in Alabama's passing offense. Had some bad drops, wasn't reliable. And Jeremy Bernard's guy kind of came out of nowhere and became the go-to there in Alabama. So I think for targeting wide receivers in the second round, I wouldn't necessarily say I have him below Denzel Boston, who went earlier. Like I think very similar, very comparable players. And now, I'm going to look at this worst-case scenario. If Bernard ends up killing it, the Steelers fans that might get, they'll remember the humiliation that some of us Eagle fans were throwing the Steelers for kind of messing up that pick. So the Falcons' pick is in at 16. Yeah, that is true, man. That is true. Swoo saying that the Steelers probably did this to jump ahead of the Falcons for Bernard. Falcons need to be looking at wide receiver. Got to replace Darnell Mooney. You get that wide receiver, too, alongside Drake London. Who's going to be the Falcons quarterback? Who do you think is going to win that battle? It also certainly kind of falls on Michael Penix to get healthy. I don't know if he's going to be healthy in time, but, man, the Falcons, dude, it's interesting. Falcons can take Antonio Williams. Yeah, I think, slot wide receiver. Tony Williams, Skylar Bell, Deion Burks, if you want that small, faster guy. What do you say here? I feel Howie didn't want the same thing to happen to them with the Vikings and Justin Jefferson. They traded up and snagged Lemon from Pittsburgh. I just wish we took Casey. You were a Concepcion guy over Mekhi Lemon? Did the Eagles actually need a wide receiver for their first pick? I don't think need is the right word to say it, but I think during the press conference after Howie Roseman's logic to the pick was like, okay, if A.J. Brown's gone, foregone conclusion, really hoping we're still getting a first-round pick. We can get a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. Doesn't want to be in Philly. You know, we rented him pretty much. We gave up a first to go get him. We get a first back, and we cash out when he's a couple years older and helped us win a Super Bowl. So if he's out of the building, you have Devontae Smith as your wide receiver 1 on the outside. Who replaces A.J. Brown? And given the board of wide receivers there, you're not finding A.J. Brown. You're not finding the alpha, do-it-all, complete wide receiver. There's a reason, there's a reason why this situation sucks for Philly. You're not replacing A.J. Brown. But the 1,000 yards, the yards after catch, the slant ability, once we start running those again, that A.J. Brown was so good at, like, Mekhi Lemon can do those things. I think Mekhi Lemon absolutely is a 1,000-yard receiver at the next level. I think he's absolutely a guy that also probably won't bitch and moan if he doesn't get crazy numbers. He looks just like a tough, do-it-for-the-team wide receiver. I bet you that's why we got him. I bet you, the tell was in the press conference. Because Nick Sirianni, when asked what he thought about this selection, when he was raving about what he liked about Mekhi Lemon, he was literally talking about his selflessness. They threw a pick and USC threw a pick and he ran down the guy, like one of those classic high effort plays. And Nick Sirianni highlighted his willingness to block and do the dirty work. And I literally think he said what he does when he's not getting the ball was the exact phrase. And that all is in one way absolutely what we're getting in Mekhi Lemon. And it's all in another way. It felt like he was very specific in picking the things that A.J. Brown didn't do last year for the Eagles. I thought that was very telling. So that's why we went there. I didn't and couldn't give it an A+ because, it is, no matter what way you cut it, no matter what way slot wide receiver valuation has changed, it's still, you just traded up 2 fourth-round picks for a slot wide receiver. Don't love that. But Mekhi Lemon being on the board at 20 was the BPA, and when BPA lined up with a team need, I'm cool with it, man. I'm a fan of his game. Michael Turner on, nightmares. The hardest running back CPU to go up against in Madden history, in my opinion, when he was on the Falcons. He broke every tackle every time. The Atlanta Falcons select Avion Terrell. They get the brothers. When I was doing the mock draft today, my second round, I came to this, and I was like, man, I think Terrell would be the fun storyline. I think they could go corner, but it's they had Billy Bowman as their nickel, and I'm pretty sure he was a 3rd-round pick. You feel pretty optimistic about him going forward. And while I have Terrell and D'Angelo Pons pre-draft process in my yes, they're undersized, yes, they're probably nickels in the next level, but because he always played on the outside in the college game, let him see if they can earn that job, right? D'Angelo Pons ran a 4.3 and jumped 43 inches vertical. Terrell didn't do a vertical and ran a 4.6. So suddenly I feel a little more confident about one of those guys to make up for the lack of size at the next level. And one of them feels maybe more like a move to nickel. But Terrell, the popular comp is Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. I'm a fan of his game. 1st-round tape. This guy literally looks like a carbon copy of Honey Badger. Not the extras that Honey Badger did. Obviously, Tyrann Mathieu was an exceptional special team player. But in terms of playing the defensive back position, a lot of similarities. That's a cool pick, man, for him to end up in Atlanta. That's awesome. A. I'll give him an A. Sucks for Billy Bowman, maybe. Maybe they move Bowman to safety. I don't know there. But that's sick, man. 2 brothers starting in the same secondary. That's like if the Watts are playing together. That would have been awesome to see. So the Carolina Panthers have traded up. Trading with the Minnesota Vikings. Just a couple spots. So is this a jump? Is this a leapfrog? Who would Carolina? I mean, McNeil Warren's still on the board. Safety is their second biggest need. This is one of the hurdles. And like that would be one too, where like, is Philly trying to trade up now? Like if this is McNeil Warren, I'm gonna cope by saying the Panthers traded up here because they heard the Eagles were gonna trade up here to get him. That's the storyline I'm gonna play in my head if we don't get our guy. So Jermod McCoy's still there. Carolina moving up to get the Pregnon? Could be, yeah. What's the Panthers' center situation? Could they be trying to get the top center in the league? Oh, man, but it has set itself up, man, for filling a couple picks. Like, looking at who's left, McNeil Warren, Jermod McCoy, D'Angelo Pons. Like, really, if I'm looking at the names, any safety, any defensive back is probably where I'd be real happy with. When do I think Stowers goes? I would say probably late second, early third would be where I would guess, because I think some teams think he's going to be a big slot wide receiver. So Carolina traded up. This could be McNeil Warren, fellas. Ooh, Lee Hunter, nose tackle. Solid, dude. They traded ahead of the Packers. No, they didn't. They think Green Bay was going to... I think Green Bay would have been in on him. Cool. I mean, that's a solid day one contributor. He's going to make their run defense better day one. It's one of those guys, yeah, he kind of tested kind of shit, but like who, like, you know. I don't care what my nose tackle's 40-yard dash time is, unless it's something crazy like Jordan Davis. The New York Jets moved in front. Okay, yeah. We got New York on the clock here. Is this what's that trade? Did they trade up here? Is that their pick from like they had that pick, right? Did they get this from the first round? Did the Lions trade up for Derek Moore? Right? I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping here. I mean, good start though. I would say honestly, has there been one surprise? Like all these guys that have been going, like Stribling might be like the only guy that hasn't really been like the consensus. Like these guys are going early second round all the time. Derek Moore maybe could kind of fit that billing a little bit. Trotter going over Hill and Galladay might be a little surprising. But the Eagles' pick is coming up. Philly with pick 22. And a couple picks in the third round. The Jets gave up 44 for 50 and 128. Okay. I think the Jets try to get like one of these developmental QBs this year. I think that they try to leave with like a Nussmeier, leave with a lottery ticket at a franchise quarterback, or is it more like the Browns? Just acquire as much talent as we can, and we'll get a quarterback next year. Man, ads on day 2. Come on. Carson Beck. I'm going to be honest, man. I'm just hoping. I mean, just let me have the dream of McNeil. Just have McNeil Warren be available at pick 22. I just want the hope. I don't want to be crushed like I was. But Jets did it with Kenyon Sadiq yesterday. Luckily, I was more than happy with Mekhi Levin to offset it. But McNeil Warren being the guy here today, again, if it's other DBs, I would love to get a guy that can come in and compete to start at safety here. And there's a couple safeties I think could do that. But Howie Roseman, trenches, offensive line, does he get a tackle here? Does he go guard like Pregnon? Even though I don't think Pregnon's a perfect fit, but the value could be there. You know, how high is Oscar Delp going to go? Howie Roseman likes his Georgia Bulldogs. I'm going to be. I really hope we don't do quarterback factory today, though. I'll say that. Unless Tanner McKee's, we're getting some picks for Tanner McKee, some third rounders or something. I'm good, but Garrett Nussmeier's dad was a coach on the Eagles, so there's insider information going on there. And the last time we had something like that, his name ended up being Jalen Reagor, whose dad worked for the Eagles. There's been nepotism in Philadelphia. All right, here we go. Jets pick is in. Who's this walking out? Curtis Martin? Cool. Curtis Martin's like the most productive running back from like an era of football that I've watched that I don't remember a single highlight from. Like I know he just shit out like 1,200-yard rushing seasons every year. Don't remember one Curtis Martin play. Wow. D'Angelo Ponce. That's a good pick for me as an Eagle fan. Temptation no longer there. Aaron Glenn, undersized defensive back, played on the outside. Drafts an undersized defensive back that played on the outside. God, make the fucking tweet, Elon. It's a great pick, man. I like the Jets. I feel like the Jets kind of got a thumping. The Jets draft reminds me a little bit of my review of the Detroit Lions draft when they got Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs, and everyone was just like, "This sucks. Why are we drafting like two non-first round positions here?" And then my argument was they literally got two of like the 15 best players in the draft. That was a great draft. And like they ended up being absolute hits. And then we have the Jets. I'm getting the same kind of vibes. Like, oh, why did we go tight end? We just got made because Kenny Sneak's probably one of the best players in the draft. Right? Why did we go David Bailey? Watch David Bailey maybe get more sacks than Arvell Reese does. And then everyone like, who's really right there? Then they go get Omar Cooper. I like Omar Cooper. Underrated. I think he complements Garrett Wilson really well. Follow it up with D'Angelo Ponce. Like, I'm not going to lie. If you put me in the driver's seat in a Madden rebuild 2 days ago, I might have some of the similar players that the Jets, I would have picked probably similar guys. So we have the Vikings at 19, Packers, Colts, Eagles. Vikings here absolutely could be in play for McNeil Warren. This is a big hurdle for him to draw. I think it's the biggest one. I think if McNeil Warren falls past Minnesota, he could very well be a Philadelphia Eagle. Obviously, Nick Sirianni, good friends with the former Toledo head coach. I think he just got a job elsewhere. And then obviously Quinyon Mitchell, they like the program. They definitely probably studied McNeil Warren a lot because of the overlap with Quinyon Mitchell. We desperately need a safety. All right, please not him. I think if McNeil Warren doesn't get picked here, he's going to be an Eagle. The Minnesota Vikings select Jake Golday, linebacker, Cincinnati. Man, Anthony Hill's fallen a little bit, but okay. It's not McNeil Warren. Let's go. That's an interesting one. Any Vikings fans? Chat, what's the vibes on that? You think the Jets will be a popular Madden rebuild next year? Don't doubt it. You think the Packers are going to go Cisse? Go corner. Go grab an outside corner. Oh, come on, man. This is like the classic, don't mess it up, Howie. Howie Roseman literally stressed that they have their players 1 through 23 or whatever yesterday. And they trust the board. They took the outlier. Mekhi Lemon was just the best player available. I think McNeil Warren might be their best available right now. I would be surprised if he's not. Jamal McCoy, too? Redshirt Jamal McCoy, you're behind Tariq Woolen. If you like the knee, that's a classic fucking Howie Roseman pick. We got a lot of options here. Let's go to the live board now because it's a commercial break. Who would I be pissed off if Philadelphia drafted at this point? Start from the bottom. Okay, who would I like? I think it's going to be easier to say who would I like. If we get Dennis Sutton, I can convince myself because the athletic profile. I think Romello Height came on a visit. I think I could live with Dunker if they thought he's the best lineman available. I wouldn't lose my mind if they go Stowers, but I just don't. I don't think. I think we got to get a tight end that could be maybe more like a Dallas Goddard. So that's like Roush and Delp. I'd be fine with Keontae Scott if they announce him as a safety. I mean, Barham could be a Howie Roseman pick. AJ Halsey would be cool. Jalen Kilgore I'd be fine with. Pregnon if they really think he could come in and compete with Tyler Steen for right guard. But yeah, Jamad McCoy, McNeil Warren would be the two. Because whoever team gets Jamad McCoy, it's one of two things. Either they like the medical, they trust the medical. It's the hot take apparently if he's falling this far. Or, you get him and you kind of have the plan it's going to be a redshirt year. And I think Philadelphia with Tariq Woolen, you gamble that he's not going to do anything bench-worthy, like when he got benched in Seattle. But you're going to gamble like, all right, we got Tariq Woolen on a 1 year.
Kayla face.
Whoa. We have Tariq Woolen on a 1 year. So then McCoy, no pressure. Just win. Tariq Woolen bounces. One and done. 1 year rental. You have Jamad McCoy as an expected starter on the outside. So I think Philly could be in play for either one of those. I think Green Bay could be in play for him as well. My phone is blowing up. Just give me a sec. Okay, I'm going to have to be AFK for, I don't know, probably 2 minutes to 5 minutes after the Eagles pick. I just got to Just got to make a call. Is McCoy better or worse than the Washington corner from a few years ago? Sidney Jones. Yeah. Like, Sidney Jones was pretty good. Like, Sidney Jones was like a late first-round pick that, like, people were kind of mocking the Eagles every now and again. And then when he fell to the second round with the injury, we got, like, it felt like, all right, he's got to get healthy, and we're getting the guy we would on it in the first round. But, like, Sidney Jones was like a late first round. Jermod McCoy was in the discussion for, like, the best corner. Like, Sidney Jones was, like, corner 3 of that class, I think, roughly. Jermod McCoy was potentially, and in the discussion, potentially be corner 1 in this year's class. But then the injury made Mansour Lane kind of the obvious guy. All right, we got Green Bay. Could this be Jermod McCoy? Could this be maybe a D lineman? Brandon Cisse, corner from South Carolina. Developmental corner. Kind of like your height, weight, speed guy on the out. That's a good pick. I mean, we haven't been throwing out grades here a little bit. I gave Terrell an A. Lee Hunter, that's an A. D'Angelo Pons, A+. Jake Galladay, B+, A-. Like, is he the best linebacker available? Is linebacker a top tier need for the Vikings? Can't answer that, but it's definitely not a bad pick. Cisse, that's, B+. A. Maybe A. Maybe even A. I don't really know 100%. What were the other corners that were available? He's probably, it is Jermod McCoy. So if you have him ruled out because of the injury, you're comparing Cisse to who? You're comparing him to Keontae Scott, who's a nickel. Cisse's an outside guy. So, like, you have to, so that's an entirely different box. What outside corners were the other alternative options here? There's not a whole lot. Like Malik Muhammad, Igbenusin from Ohio State. So, like, that pool of players, especially if you have McCoy ruled out with injury. Okay. I see the vision. Oh, wait, we got to go up. We got the Colts pick. We got Tim in chat. I know he's a Colts fan. Tim, who we thinking, bud? Who's the dream pick? Pick is in for the Colts. Pat McAfee. Please have McNeil Ward on the board. Come on, McAfee. Don't say McNeil Warren. C.J. Allen. Okay. That's a good pick for them, man. Linebacker was a need. Best available. I mean, C.J. Allen was getting first-round buzz not too long ago, right? So I think, Tim, you would have liked Ponce. I would have loved Ponce. Everyone likes Ponce. But all right, here we go. Let's get this going. What's going on, YouTube? We are here live. C4's 10th annual, and I'm putting asterisk because I have lost count. We've been doing it for so long. 10th annual mock draft stream. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. My dream pick. I literally did a mock draft this afternoon, like my day 2 mock draft, second and third round. I had the Eagles trading up to get Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety from Toledo. Philadelphia right now does not have a starting safety. We have a competition that's up. Epps, maybe Michael Carter. We need safety is the biggest position, the biggest hole for the Eagles roster going in to next season. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, this was a very quick pick from the Philadelphia Eagles. Head coach, Nick Sirianni, buddies with McNeil-Warren's coach in Toledo. Head coach in Toledo, Jason Candle, I believe. We got Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. There's no way we watch Quinyon Mitchell at Toledo and we're keeping tabs on the freak kind of safety that's also there. That's way better than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So that there's a lot of vibes, there's a lot of connections that this could be McNeil-Warren. The only thing against that is, does Howie Roseman go with his traditional picks? Does he build the trenches? Does he go offensive line? Does he go pass rush? I would love a safety here. Or is it Jermod McCoy? Jermod McCoy is a corner that we absolutely could take a look at. Who's that? Brian Westbrook is walked out on the stage. Come on, McNeil-Warren. Come on, baby. We didn't even have to trade up for him. Philadelphia Eagles select Eli Stowers. What? Okay. We needed a tight end. Maybe not the tight end I thought. Make me look like an idiot more so. We need to get a tight end that can replace Dallas Goedert. We need to get a tight end that can do it as a receiver and get involved as a run blocker the way Dallas Goedert does. Eli Stowers is more of a big slot. Some teams may have him as a wide receiver, moving full time. Here come the Philadelphia Eagles, getting one of the best athletes. 40-some inch vertical, 45. It's like literally doesn't make sense. 4.5 speed, becomes one of the better, probably one of the best athletes at receiver overall on the Eagles. Similar vibes from an athlete that I thought maybe going Kenny Sadiq in the first round would kind of bring. And not the pick I thought they were going to make here, especially with McNeil-Warren. We don't know how bad the injury is with Jermod McCoy. The fact that he's still falling, maybe it really is untouchable, especially for a second-round pick if it's bad enough, or if he has to have another surgery and he's going to miss some time. I'd put Eli Stowers in the bubble of maybe lower down the list of guys that would be acceptable because we need a tight end. We need a tight end for the future. It's definitely a priority position for the Philadelphia Eagles. And if Stowers is your guy, there's certainly enough to like about Stowers if you think that style of tight end can fit in your scheme. He's outstanding. If you're looking for purely a receiving tight end, Eli Stowers is as good as any tight end prospect in this year's class. It's just teams, especially if you're drafting a tight end early, you want do-it-all tight ends, complete tight ends, your Brock Bowers, your Tyler Warrens of the world, Colson Lovelands. But for what Eli Stowers does well, he does very well. And the Eagles want to add that dimension to the offense. Another receiver, another pass catcher. You got to wonder, Sean Mannion coming over from the Green Bay Packers. When everyone was healthy there, they'd run two tight ends. They invested. Luke Musgrave was an investment. Was he a third-round pick, fourth-round pick by the Packers? And then you had Tucker Kraft breakout. Both those tight ends, I feel like, were pretty involved in Green Bay Packers' game plans, the schemes. So, having another receiver tight end to play with Dallas Goedert to eventually be his successor. Maybe they think, athletically speaking, he's a good enough athlete to figure it out as a blocker. I don't know. Maybe that's going to be the plan for him this year. It's all right, Dallas Goedert's our tight end one. We'll find plays for you, but this is going to be almost a redshirt year for you to figure out how to halfway block. Because if you can get Eli Stowers to block, the receiving side of him is as good as any player in this class. He might be a better pure receiver than Kenyon Sadiq. I don't think that's necessarily a hot take. It's just the fact that Kenyon Sadiq is a little bit better of an athlete. Kenyon Sadiq gives you a little bit more of a complete tight end package. But I'm certainly not mad at that pick. It's still, again, it's not McNeil-Warren. It's not the big, we're calling for Cooper DeJean. Holy shit, they get Cooper DeJean. But Eli Stowers is certainly a very interesting pick. It's a good position. I would rather go Eli Stowers here than get like a backup tackle, developmental tackle. That would have been fun. I think tight end and getting Eli Stowers is more valuable to the Eagles than adding another edge rusher, right? Edge rusher was one of the top needs on this little background draft board. But like, the reality is, assuming Brandon Graham is just eventually coming back, which it seems like that's what's happening, Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith, edge 1, edge 2. Then you have Arnold Ebiketie as edge 3, Joe Troy on Shinka, BG probably battle it out for edge 4. Maybe we keep 5 edge rushers and one of them gets that other spot. So like we draft an edge rusher, even the second or third round, where are they fitting in that depth chart? They might be edge 5. So I really don't see the need to go edge rusher that early. But, you know, the draft's not over. There's still, as it stands, some safeties I would be really, really happy to leave with, but I would like to leave with a safety next. But Eli Stowers is an Eagle, man. That's gonna be fun for Madden. He's gonna be a real cheesy rookie tight end. I'll tell you that. He's gonna be very overpowered in Madden, and he's a playmaker. Exciting to see what he's gonna be able to do. Just interested, is he going to be enough of a blocker to be viewed as a true Dallas Goedert successor? Time will tell, but that is it. We will be back with more reactions to Philadelphia Eagles draft picks here on more C4 for everyone that's watching in stream. This can be uploaded over on the second channel, all of my draft reactions. I have a Malik Lemon one that will be coming out soon. If it is your first time stopping by, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button if you enjoyed. And until next time, it's your boy C4 saying peace, I love you, have a good one. All right, thank you, fellas. Able to get that recorded. We are back. The Eagles just traded for Greenard. Whoa, what? John Greenard to the Eagles for a third-round pick. What? A third and a third this year. So the Eagles still have a third-round pick this year, right? Well, I might as well. I gotta think I record that. All right, fellas, I'm gonna throw it in this video while we're here just reacting to Eli Stowers. It was announced Philadelphia has landed a trade with the Minnesota Vikings, sending a third round this year and a third round next year. So we still have one third round pick. We're not out of the third round. We still have another pick here tonight. To the Minnesota Vikings for Florida Gator, John Greenard. Greenard's an absolute beast, man. An absolute dog. Big fan of his game. Now, there is probably going to be some element of a contract extension. That's kind of where it scares me. I don't know what the valuation is going to be, and if he's one of those players I was looking for a raise, I felt like he was adequately paid in Minnesota. So I'm under the assumption they were trading because he wanted a raise. I don't know if I like him as much at a raise number in contract extension, but in terms of a player, we go out and get John Greenard. What that means, unfortunately, is like, man, I get it. We like having dogs. We like having that pass rush rotation. But God damn it, let's show a little faith that Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt can figure it out as like our two starter edge rushers. Now you add another guy in the mix, so like they're all just going to keep with the rotation. You got Arnold Ebiketie is going to be able to squeeze in. But I like the player. Like that's kind of how I'm going to view that. I don't know really. Do we need something else in the edge rush? I can't say 100% I agree on that evaluation. I don't disagree because you can never have too many edge rushers, especially when they're a good player like John Greenard. But a third this year and a third next year. Philly has got a great pass rusher. He's probably going to, the more guys you have are fringe starters that could be starters. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of the tagline for the Eagles D-line. Arnold Ebiketie could be a starter on a lower tier pass rush. John Greenard, starter. Nolan Smith, starter. Jalen Hunt started. Jalen Hunt was our best pass rusher at the end of the year last season. So that's a great problem to have. That is very much an element that Howie Roseman likes to have on his team, just relentless depth and an amount of rotation with lack of drop-off and play on his defensive line. And John Greenard does exactly that. So much like the Eli Stowers pick, let me know what you guys, this will be a 2-for-1 video. Let me know what you think about John Greenard coming to the Philadelphia Eagles. And we get Eli Stowers. So if we're kind of penciling out, we still need a safety. If we can find a way here, we still got a 3rd-round pick. We are not done. If we can get one of these safeties to follow the Philadelphia Eagles, that's going to be a perfect way to cap off the night. But we'll do the intro here again. Thank you guys very much for watching. We'll be back with the Eagles' 3rd-round selection in just a little bit. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. More C4. We're on our way to 5,000 subscribers here on the channel. So if we can hit that sooner rather than later, that would be very much appreciated. If you are somehow watching this, there is a good chance that I'm still streaming over on my main channel doing the 2nd and 3rd rounds. So come on over and hang out. We are having a great old time, even though I've been ignoring the rest of the draft because I'm making a video. But, yeah, thank you guys very much for watching. Till next time, it's Boise4. Peace, I love you. Have a good one. Alrighty. We're done that now. We are done that. Back into the draft. And I actually got to leave in just 1 sec. So I'm going to talk about these picks, and I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Gabe Yakis goes to the Patriots. Makes sense. They definitely were on the hunt. Edge rush. Getting edge rush rotation was a need. He's in that bubble of top edges that are available. But this guy, Nate Bokercher. I heard about this guy. I'm not gonna lie. Didn't know about him. Philly brings him in for a visit. Kind of look. He's like, okay. He's like one of those, you hope he's a better pro than he is a college player. But like for the Jags' first pick, didn't have a 1st-round pick because of the Travis Hunter situation. That's the play? I don't really, like, is Bretton Strange still there? That's wild. Okay. I gotta make a phone call real quick. If anyone comes in and they come in for the first time, like, where is he? I'll be back. Minimum 2 minutes, maximum 5 minutes. Clock starts now. I gotta make a phone call real quick, fellas. Just a sec. All right, we back. We back. We back. Ooh, I missed one pick. That was good timing. Let's go. Logan Jones. Okay, well, you know what? Now it's the train. Get a DB fall to the Eagles in the third round. Browns have traded up. Bears going Logan Jones. We're getting late here in the second round. Logan Jones, the most athletic center in the class, and if they're trying to replace Drew, fuck! Well, there, that makes sense. Probably should be going there. Browns gonna be fun rebuild next year, man. The way that they're acquiring pieces. I mean that can't rewrite history. It is what it is. But I think I would have gone McNeil Warren over Eli Stowers here. Not the first time I've been wrong about Eagles make a pick, Browns make a pick. Unfortunately, I remember I really wanted Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, JOK, the linebacker. Unfortunately, it looks like he's retiring very early. After a couple injuries with the Browns. I wanted him, and then the Eagles went Landon Dickerson. I was like, all right, it's not a bad pick. It's not the guy I want, though. Kind of vibes here. Eli Stowers, okay, I get it. I get what he does well, and I can see it working out. I can see him being an exciting playmaker for the Eagles offense. But I think McNeil Ward could potentially have won the starting safety job, and a starting safety is more valuable than a maybe one-dimensional not Dallas Goedert successor tight end. But it's a new system. It's a new scheme, right? Maybe the Dallas Goedert tight end is not an absolute priority for the Philadelphia Eagles. Maybe thinking that Philly's going to want and need to replace what Dallas Goedert does at tight end is incorrect because of the new offensive scheme. Like maybe now offensively, yes, you keep Dallas Goedert's coming off a contract year, but maybe Eli Stowers, pure receiving tight end, is what this Sean Mannion offense is going to go towards. Marlon Klein, tight end from Michigan. It's one of those ones where you got to wonder, dude, did Philly start something here? Start the run on tight ends? Interesting, dude. And also interesting, Oscar Delp still hasn't gone. Man, okay, so going back to John Greenard. Gets an $80 million guaranteed extension. $100 million, but it's really $80 million over 4 years. Oh, that's tough, dude. That is very expensive. That is a big number, would be my review to that. Love Jonathan Greenard. Transferred to the Florida Gators, was immediately like one of our best defenders, one of our best players in like a one-and-done situation. I can't remember where he came from, like Maryland or something, Louisville, Maryland. But I was always a John Greenard guy. And then, like, when came draft time, like, he wasn't, like, in the discussion for first-rounders. Probably shouldn't have been anyways. But he was, like, that guy, second, third, fourth round. Like, that's going to be the edge rusher that ends up becoming, like, a real good player. I knew that. and watch him pop off with Houston, get the opportunity to pop off with Houston, cash out a little bit, go to the Vikings. Might not have had the best of year this year, but big fan of his game. Love biasly my Florida Gators. Love it when Philly gets a Florida Gator. My vision of the defense is still, man, like let's give is this like not a great review of where they think Nolan Smith's at? Like they definitely like Jalen Hunt. There's like undeniably what Jalen Hunt did last year. That is a starting defensive end. But it's like, is this a vibes of especially 4-year extension with guaranteed money that they're worried that they're not going to re-sign Nolan Smith? He's just maybe just not their guy. It's not working out. He can't stay healthy. The reliability. Ebiketie being on a 1 year definitely wouldn't really factor too much into it. And we know we like to have depth and bodies at edge. But, like, I would imagine you make this trade for John Greenard, and it's going to be, like, Greenard and Hunt are your first two names. Nolan Smith's probably the guy that gets moved down the depth chart a little bit. So, I mean, that's not the best vibes possible, but that's a nice pass rush to have. It's not my money. We trust Howie Roseman to move the numbers around, and I imagine, honestly, like, some part of that is probably the money that we're going to save with A.J. Brown. Like, you're going to save some money. It's not all dead money. So you shift some of that A.J. Brown money that's going to come out the books post-June or whatever, and you factor that into John Greenard. I imagine that played a part into it. I'm going to record that. Let me re-record that. Apologies for the stream, but I think that'd be a good way to cap off my reaction video to the Stowers pick and the Greenard trade, because now I know the contract details. All right, my apologies, everyone in stream, because I just talked this out. I was like, this would be good for my YouTube video. Welcome back to the YouTube video. I'm going to splice this. Have to cut out 3 different outros. But just because I now have the contract number for John Greenard. 4-year, $80 million guaranteed, $100 million contract. I just talked about it in chat, man. Like, I remember when John Greenard transferred to Florida. He transferred in, was only there for 1 year, but it was like immediately one of our best players. So I've always been a John Greenard fan. Like, when he went a little bit later in the draft, wasn't like a first-round edge rusher. I knew that guy was good. He's going to be a good player. Went to Houston, got the opportunity, cashed out, got big money relative from the Vikings. It didn't really work out last season, but I still think he's absolutely like a double-digit pass rusher. I think he's a plus. He's a well-rounded, complete edge rusher, plays the run well. And I love having on the Eagles. I love that pass rush rotation. The more pass rushers, the better. It's what Howie Roseman likes to do, but kind of like talked it out not to just a second ago, and I felt like we should record. It's like, what does this mean for Nolan Smith? Because paying John Greenard this means Jalen Hunt and John Greenard are now going to be the first 2 names off the bus. Nolan Smith is getting kicked, and he's got to be like, do they not think long-term Nolan Smith's going to be the guy? Is it an availability issue? Like, you're paying that kind of money to John Greenard. And I'm just assuming here, I don't know the actual numbers, but like, is there an element of the money we're about to save from A.J. Brown? Kind of like, well, we're going to get some money back from A.J. Brown in terms of cap. Like, we can pay that now. Let's give that to John Greenard. So that's big money, though. That now changes my opinion a little bit. I went from super hyped to, that's a big number. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section below. That'll do it for me today. We'll be back with a round 3 reaction. Till that time, it's your boy C4. Same peace. I love you. Have a good one. Subscribe. We're on our way to 5K. Let's go. Okay, back to the stream. The Titans, again. I'm viewing every Titans pick as that might be my Madden franchise team. And that's a fun user for me right there. Anthony Hill, 4.5 speed linebacker, plus athlete in every category. I don't usually use a linebacker, but when I do, they better be an athlete, and Anthony Hill could be that athlete if they end up being my Madden franchise team. Damn, man. Okay, we haven't thrown some grades out here in a minute. We'll go down. I think the last grade we threw out was Cisse. So C.J. Allen going to the Colts, I'd give that an A. Eli Stowers going to the Eagles, I'll be honest, like that's a B, maybe B plus if you just really like. That's a B, and that's a B plus if you take the idea that this new scheme, maybe Stowers is the style of tight end they want, and not the blocker hybrid that Dallas Goedert is. So I'm going to be optimistic and say that's B plus, but knowing what I think I know, and you'd want a Dallas Goedert type, it is kind of maybe a little bit of a weird pick. But I'll go B plus, but it'll be the rare B plus that's closer to a B than it is an A minus. Gabe Jackus, I'd say that's a B plus. Bo Kircher, F. That is okay. Maybe I'll plead ignorance because I don't know a whole lot about him. I watched a little bit. Pretty much anyone that comes to Philly for a top 30 visit, when I do get free time to kind of see if there's some cut-ups and highlights and stuff like that. So I did look a little bit. He was more of like, he looked impressive during the bowl games and stuff. So I'll say D. D plus optimism. Logan Jones going to the Bears. Now, they traded for Garrett Bradbury, but that's a one-year rental. Logan Jones is the most athletic center in the class. I don't know if he's better than my boy Jake Slaughter, but I'd say that's like a B. B for the Bears. McNeil Warren, there's an A. That's an absolute A to the Browns. I can't even say you sniped them. Philly didn't want him. Didn't want him, man. That's an A. Marlon Klein going to Houston. That seems, that's a little weird. I'd get that like a C plus, especially with Oscar Delp still on the board. Anthony Hill going to the Titans. I'll get that B plus. Max Clare, another. Philly started to right on tight ends. I think for whatever that's worth, that means something. Like maybe, I don't know. Well, we started a trend. Trendsetters. Hashtag. Max Clare, another tight end, goes out of Ohio State. More of a receiver than like a complete. Man, Oscar Delp is kind of falling from the consensus. Like a lot of smart people that make Mike talk about the draft had Delp as like a second or third tight end. And he is not going that high. But, Max Clare was Wake Forest, maybe? He transferred. He was like a go-to. He was like a primary receiver, and then he transferred to Ohio State and was still solid. Purdue. They just said Purdue. Okay. Air swoosh. Denver goes Oscar Delp. Yeah, that could be in play. That'd be a great fit. But they just traded back with the Bills, so maybe not. Who's Buffalo coming up to get? Hasn't really been. There's been a decent amount of trades. Nothing too crazy. Buffalo being aggressive. You guys fleeced the Vikings for it. Well, I think if you just purely look at it for picks to player, I think I'm pretty happy with that compensation, to be honest with you. But Minnesota's trading technically a disgruntled player from a salary cap standpoint. It's not like A.J. Brown where he just wants to get traded. We have no issue paying A.J. Brown. His deal's fine. But Greenard wants to get paid. They're like, all right, we're not paying you. We'll find a different home for you type situation. So when that becomes it, use a little bit of leverage. But the reason why Philly didn't pay, maybe enough for a guy that can be a really good pass rusher, like a great, borderline great. Now, I don't know, he'd never be elite, never be premier, but like John Greenard could be edge, like between, in the teens. I think if you're power ranking the top 25 edge rushers, John Greenard could be in the teens. And in the teens, that's probably, if he's playing his best football, Philly, I think both teams are pretty happy with that. I wouldn't say it's a fleece. Bills maybe trading up for Pregnon. Pregnon and Osiris Torrance as your two guards. Leap. He's still there. Let me get a look at the board here. It's been a second, so he looked best available. Jamal McCoy, so the knee's wrecked, apparently. Guys that are still available, Pregnon is definitely surprising. I'm going to be honest. Now that we're kind of shifting focus, Philly, third round, can we go safety in the third round? Kilgore and Halsey are two guys I'd be fine with. If we're leaving the draft with them, or if somehow they Keontae Scott, I would put him in there as well. Like those would be the big three. But for Buffalo, could Buffalo be looking? Don't really know. Nothing's really standing out like that's 100% where they're going. The only thing I can think of, like wide receiver still, right? You go T.J. Parker there. Is there a wideout that Buffalo's like Brazil? That could be, he's an outside guy, tall guy. Yes, a little worried about Tennessee wide receivers translating to the next level, but yeah, some teams really like Malachi Fields. You're probably not going to Antonio Williams, a little too similar to Khalil Shakir. Chris Bell could be interesting. That wouldn't be surprising. Getting a little bit like buy and low. That'll be my guess. I'm gonna guess wide receiver here. And I think the Chargers are running. Like I bet you that pick's. If Pregnon's there, I'd be shocked if the Chargers don't go Pregnon. Like day one starter at right guard, older player. I think he's like 24. But you ready to go, man? And the Chargers need a guy that's ready to go. They said that Bo Kircher is going to be like a sixth lineman. So what? They kind of think he's not that big though. It's not like Darnell Washington where he's 6'8", 280 pounds. But man, Jermod McCoy, dude, that is still. It must be bad. Like it has. If it's at this point, it has to be like he's missing a year. Like there's still something wrong with the injury. He's not playing this year. So what team's going to gamble that you're getting a first round caliber corner in 2027? Howie? Come on, Howie. I'd be fine with that. But I also would rather a starting safety or a guy that can come and compete. I love Jalen. Jalen Kilgore is the name right now for me. And Philly actually brought him in for a visit. All right, Buffalo, pick 62. I think it's going to be a receiver of some point. I'm going to go Chris Bell. Davison Igbinosun, and they called him David. David Igbinosun. Cool. At corner, you went Maxwell Hairston early last year. He gets healthy. You're going to be optimistic there. Igbinosun, I like Igbinosun. I mean, it's just penalties. Super aggressive. Is it going to be an issue in the NFL? But an outside corner, absolutely outside corner. Physical. I thought him and Malik Muhammad both were going to be like underwhelming testers, and they both tested pretty damn well for their size and for their play style. So, I mean, that's not a terrible pick. If I'm looking at the available corners there, and you're comparing Igbinosun to, obviously, I guess, Jermod McCoy's absolute write-off. Teams are, if you're getting this far. But you need an outside corner. Keontae Scott's not that. Could be a safety. What other outside corners are still in this discussion right now? It really would be like Malik Muhammad, Dalen Everett, Keith Abney. I don't know. I think he played outside in the college, but he might be a guy that moves in the nickel. He was like 5'10". So, Presock is another guy, height, weight, speed, 6'4", 4'4" speed from Washington. That was Decario Davis. Presock's like 6'3" with 4.45 speed. Both those height, weight, speed Washington corners could be in play as well. But man, Jermod McCoy, the free fall continues. Like now it's even more apparent. Like other corners are getting drafted. Like corners that are 100% not better than a healthy Jermod McCoy. So it makes you think. Makes you wonder. Chargers up at pick 31. Are we thinking Pregnon? I think Pregnon could go either one of these. I'll be shocked if Pregnon is not picked between these two picks. I think both the Chargers and Seahawks need a guard. Seahawks for sure, man. That Bradford guy at right guard is horrific. Now at times I'll be watching the 3 freaking snaps Kenneth Walker would get from a fantasy football perspective before they'd yank him for 2 drives for Zach Charbonnet to do nothing. The right-hand side was like running into a wall. What up, Raiders fans? Congrats on Fernando Mendoza. Must feel nice. Congrats on getting Traden Stukes. Any pulse among the Raider fans? Where's Stukes going to play? You guys viewing him as a safety or a corner? I would guess safety if I was throwing out a guess. Listed as a safety on here. Why is he falling? He tore his ACL, and then he did run. Like, he ran 4.4 or something like that at his pro day. But I don't think he did any, like, the agility drills, which is always very important for corner. And I think it was like he's not healthy enough to run the agility drills. Uh-oh. Why is that? And then all the teams started poking around. If I had to take a wild guess, what's going on? Well, we're not ready. Oh, it's spoiled. Jake Slaughter. Go Gators, dude. Hell yeah. And he got Sean Merriman, one of the greatest Madden user defensive ends of all time, announcing the pick. Lights out, man. Lights out. Jake Slaughter, very nice, man. I think the top center in the class. I respect the athlete Logan Jones is. I think schematically, if you need an athletic center, I get it. But best overall center, day one starter, Jake Slaughter. First team all SEC. Awesome. But they say they're gonna play him at guard. Who's the Chargers center? Slaughter was good, man. One of our best players at Florida last year, which wasn't saying much, at least on the offensive side of the ball. Cool, man. At guard, though. That's it. I don't think he ever played guard. I think he exclusively played center. But he was very good. That's the kind of move, though, you guys would shit-talk me in Madden. If I drafted Jake Slaughter and moved in McGuard, there would be at least 3 comments saying I cheesed that. The fact that they're doing this in real life, unreal. It's crazy to me that Jamal McCoy's falling when Nick Chubb was drafted 35th. I don't think he'd ever walk again. I think it's just, Nick Chubb was ready to go, though, right? Wasn't Nick Chubb, healthy for training camp? Had the injuries in college, but he was good to go. I think with McCoy, it might be he's literally not playing this year. He's going to immediately come in. You're going to throw him on IR, and you look towards 2027. And if that's the case, a team's going to do it probably next round. I'd be shocked. But if that's what happens, man, there's not a lot of teams that have the privilege to do that. You know who does, though? All the safeties seem to fall. C4 would be very happy if Philadelphia redshirted Jermod McCoy. Because, again, it goes to the Howie Roseman big board. I trust the Howie Roseman big board. I trust that Howie Roseman will trust his big board. I don't think there's a tackle or an edge rusher left that would be higher than Jermod McCoy on the big board. We have the luxury and be optimistic that Tariq Woolen is pretty damn solid at worst as a starting corner for us. And we will not have to rely on our corner depth for a whole lot in this season. Don't want to see a whole lot of Keely Ringo out there. Just get Jermod McCoy, even if it's something where he misses half the year or something like that. But those are players if Philly believes they will take. That was why Jahad Campbell fell last year, was the injury concerns. We took him. There was reports, too, right after we picked him, that he's having an injury, might miss some time in the season. Missed, 2 preseason games and was good to go. Thanks, Philly, for Nakobe Dean. What a get, man. Nakobe Dean's sick. Sucks losing him, but writing was on the wall when we brought in Jahad Campbell. But I always got to root for, man. Nakobe Dean, awesome, dude. Just wait. There's going to be the first time Nakobe Dean, they send him on a blitz, and he just runs over a running back trying to block him, which he does routinely. He's going to become a fan favorite for Raiders fans. Eagles will probably take Kilgore. Yeah, I'm going to... Let's get through this Seahawks pick so I can look. We're picking late third. Philly traded up? What? Okay, I'm now re-interested. What did we give to trade up? Any comments, please? As someone that's only sending tweets on social media. Seattle on the clock here. They go Bud Clark. Wow. I'm surprised Pregnon is falling this far. Bud Clark, I feel like he's been starting at TCU for the last 6 seasons. but like productive every year. So he started for TCU. Nice athlete. And I think probably reaffirms that they're going to keep Emin Warrior as a nickel. So you get like another safety back there. I don't know if they think he's going to start with Love or... Okay. So third round. That's the Hassan Riddick pick, right? Like, am I just tripping? Like, I'm thinking now, like, okay, we had an early third. That was Hassan Riddick from the Jets. What a trade for Philly. That is an awesome pick to have. Okay. Eagles Watch. Hashtag Eagles Watch is on. We have 4 teams, 4 players that are going. I need 3 different guys to go. Jabad McCoy, very interested. If we get Emmanuel Prignon, I'm going to trust that means someone in the building thinks he's going to be an upgrade over Tyler Steen. I won't lose my mind. Assuming there's a chance McCoy's completely rid off and he's just got a free fall with the injury, I'm a big Jalen Kilgore guy. If we go safety, Kilgore or Halsey, I'd be perfectly fine with. I don't really think there's any... Like now I'm going to... Keontae Scott I'd be fine with. I don't really think there's too many players that I would think is a dumb pick. Like a pick that I would truly be upset about. I even think if you go like Jennings Dunker and think he can be a tackle hybrid type guy, that'd be fine. You know, if they maybe go with a slight reach here and look at like Tyler Onyedem, like they try to get a Moro Jomo interior pass rusher type. Yeah, cool. Yeah, sure. At this price point with the board that's there, I'm fine with that. I would still say though, from like a name standpoint, players that I know Philly has shown interest in, like they could go wild here and go like Zakee Wheatley if they want to go safety. They could go Romello Height at edge, which would be kind of, you know, I don't know. I like to think the Greenard trade means they aren't going to go address edge rush. You know, if they think Trey Zoon could be a guard, Jalen Farmer at guard, big-time athletes, those would be guys that we still had Jeff Stelton we'd be interested in. Malik Muhammad at corner, I'd be cool with that. You know, don't have to redshirt, but you'd hope that he could challenge to be first off the bench and not Keely Ringo if a situation like that arrived. I don't know about Tiernan. Tiernan's one of those guys, you know, tackle, could be a guard at the next level. He's 6'8", but had like a shorter wingspan. Big Citrus. I'm going to be honest. Like, I think it's going to be pretty hard for me to be upset with who Philly gets here. It's just going to be how much do I like that pick. What is this song they're playing? This sounds like an infomercial song that you hear at like 4:30 in the morning. Oh, it's like Donald Trump song? I'm going to be honest. That's what I know that. That's the Donald Trump song. Apologies to all my Americans out there. That's my ignorance. So Arizona. Could this be a quarterback? Could this be a Garrett Nussmeier? Could this be a Drew Aller? Could this be a Taylor Green? Could this be a Carson Beck quarterback play? Especially with reports that Jacoby Brissett is holding out. Imagine how down bad of a franchise you're going to be to have a journeyman quarterback holding out. The pick is in for the Cardinals. Carl says the Eagles need a lane replacement. They do, but is there a lane replacement in this draft? I don't think the Eagles are going to think that. Some good tackles in next year's class. Some good wide receivers in next year's class. Especially if we end up with 2 first-round picks. Things are looking pretty good. I would say if I'm Arizona, this... Maybe you gamble on the athlete that's Drew Aller. You know, assuming that you figure out with Jacoby Brissett, you could redshirt Drew Aller for a year and then see what he looks like next year. But I still feel like a 3rd-round pick might be a little rich for that. But there's maybe no more obvious team that needs to get a quarterback than the Arizona Cardinals right now. Wow, Carson Beck. Spoiler on the thing. They couldn't spit it out on the broadcast. My eyes get a wander in there. Wow. Huh. I would kind of come with the vibes that Beck has the lowest ceiling of the quarterbacks that could have went there. But that's interesting. What do we think about that? That's wow. Didn't really watch Carson Beck during that playoff run and saw that's a guy that's going to lead a franchise in the NFL. I think I always thought Carson Beck would be like, maybe your solid backup, pinch starter type guy. He could be like your Mariota level quarterback right now, like current Mariota. Like, you could sign Mariota, and if he ends up, your quarterback's out for 2 months, you might still win a couple games type quarterback. I always kind of got those vibes with Carson Beck. And I think if the plan is now, and then the optics of this is like you're still, with going Carson Beck, you're still ideally, if you're Arizona, going to try to get a franchise quarterback next year in next year's draft. So now you did that, and then you invested a third-round pick, which is still really good draft capital, in a guy that's going to be likely a backup quarterback to your franchise quarterback next year, if that's how it all plays out. But, hey, maybe we're all wrong. Maybe Carson Beck, I'm pretty sure he's like a 5-star recruit. So, maybe we're all wrong, and he's going to be good, and we're all going to look stupid. And we're going to get memed for saying this is not a great pick. The Denver Broncos. Ooh, I wonder if they're going like Delp or something. Are they like, holy shit, there's one tight end left we like. We got to go get him. That's another cool thing too that I'm going to highlight. Is Philly traded one of our later third this year for Greenard. Like, that would have been like a little bit even more annoying if they wanted our better third, like our top 5 pick in the 3rd round. So the Baltimore the Denver Broncos are on the clock here. Could this be Oscar Delp? Do they go tight end? Get a 4.49 speed tight end? I bet you Sean Payton could figure out a way to use that. Who's this guy? TJ Ward. Shout out used him in our Browns 20-year rebuild. Tyler Onyedem, D tackle, 3 tech from Texas A&M, interior pass rusher. Not bad. That's the range he was going. One of those guys, the vibes, better pro than a college player. Had some decent, made some plays in the backfield, some TFL plays for Texas A&M last year. But he's like your classic, 290-pound interior pass rusher. That ain't bad, man. Denver Broncos defense maintains. I think there's a lot of people, though, that would rather maybe a tight end there. The Raiders' pick is in. Philly is on the clock. And if they make this pick, that is going to be the last of a very long 3rd round. We still got some guys there for Philly. Again, are we the team that bites the bullet in red shirts, Jamal McCoy? Do we go safety? Jalen Kilgore. Kieran Crawford gone. Okay, we're going to get this going here. Let me record. We're going to be back on YouTube. This is a new video, though. All right, the Philadelphia Eagles are officially on the clock here in the third round. Thank you very much, New York Jets. This is from the Hassan Reddick trade. And this actually could have been a second-round pick. Right? Isn't it like incentive-based? Could have been a second. Ended up being a third. Fine by me. Top 5 pick in the third round. And kudos to Howie Roseman for not giving up that pick in the John Greenard trade. Keeping the better of our third-rounders. Pretty cool. We're talking about the players I want. Jermod McCoy's an interesting one. It seems like at this point the injury might require redshirting him, but I think the scenario in Philadelphia, if they think like, yeah, redshirt, he'll be fine, just needs an extra year. Well, we got Tariq Woolen on a 1-year deal. So Tariq Woolen, 1 and done, 1-year rental. And then you have Jermod McCoy. You make the investment, very similar to the Sidney Jones situation a couple years ago, but this one's a little bit better. Redshirt Jermod McCoy, maybe it's not even that bad. Maybe he misses like half the season, which is still very annoying. But I'm gonna guess if the 2024 Jermod McCoy, unless like he's not the player that he once was, which I find that maybe a little hard to believe. That'd be a Howie Roseman steal. I like Jalen Kilgore. He's my favorite safety available. But Kilgore and AJ Halsey, I could get down with either one, but I'd be a big fan of Jalen Kilgore. If we go Emmanuel Pregnon, that's Howie Roseman probably having confidence that maybe he can come in right away and compete, be an upgrade over Tyler Steen at right guard, even though we had way worse issues than Tyler Steen last year. Any DB, I'd be like Keontae Scott would be cool. Jennings Dunker, if they want to throw him on the offensive line, that could be cool. Really, there's no bad picks. I think now we made the trade for John Greenard. I feel like reaching for an edge rusher or reaching for a tackle here would probably be the bummer. But now that we got Greenard, you could probably eliminate edge rusher being in play for the Philadelphia Eagles. Now we're going to a commercial break. So great, phenomenal. I'm looking at Chad here. I think me and Chad are pretty much in a line. We either get Jermod McCoy and redshirt him. I'm going to make the tweet there. Jermod McCoy red. Or Jalen Kilgore, please, Howie. Those would be my two. Jermod McCoy redshirt, Jalen Kilgore at safety. But we're going to see, man. I did not see Eli Stowers coming. Maybe Howie's going to be surprising this year. But, I mean, who else? Like, they can't go edge rush with the John Greenard trade. That was our other third-round pick. We drafted an edge rush in the third round named John Greenard and then paid him $80 million guaranteed. Cool. Go Gators. So it's like, are we talking tackles? What Lane Johnson's successor that everybody wants? Jude Bowery, we had him for a visit. Markel Bell, the giant tackle from Miami. You could look at Jennings Dunker if they view him as a tackle. Caleb Tiernan is technically a tackle. I think some people think with his wingspan might move into guard. I mean, I guess that would probably be the only with the names that are available, a tackle at this spot could be a little frustrating. Doesn't seem like a Howie Roseman pick, even though trenches is always what Howie Roseman likes to prioritize. If you wanted to go maybe, defensive line, Moro Jomo, are we going to re-sign him? If not, is this the year to kind of get his replacement in place? Who do we have that can fit that role? Let's see. I mean, this is NFL.com's ratings. I would say, I think the value for that position might be a little bit later. I think you could look at, if you have Overton, he's like 280, like a tweener on the defensive line. You think he might be able to play that role? Sure. I like Caleb Proctor, small school player. Watching Caleb Proctor play against LSU was literally like one of the most insane games I've seen a defensive player from this year's class have. And when it's like, Southeastern Louisiana playing LSU, that's a huge game when the best player in that game, in my opinion, was on Southeastern Louisiana. I always take note. I think he'd be an excellent fit there. But that's where I'm at. And we got enough time stalling here. Come on, make the pick. Jermod McCoy, Jalen Kilgore. The pick is in Philadelphia. Pick 68 in the third round from the New York Jets in the Hassan Reddick trade. Used to have 2/3, no longer do. We have a John Greenard now. Go Gators. But with our top 5 pick in the third round, I don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. I do not want to talk about Garrett Nussmeier. Garrett Nussmeier's dad was on Philly staff for a minute. Eagles, Howie Roseman, #quarterback factory. if there's already maybe a trade in place eventually to move Tanner McKee, this could annoyingly be like a Nussmeier quarterback play. Eagles are on the clock. First pick, I would say honestly, first option for me would be Jalen Kilgore. Number 2, Jermod McCoy. Brian Westbrook on the clock.
NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Markel Bell, tackle from Miami.
Well, if the Philadelphia Eagles want to have a tag team.
Markel Bell, tackle from Miami. 6'9", 500. He's the big show. 6'9", 550 pounds. Did not allow a sack. Like, had a huge year with Miami. 1 year breakout. You know, we talk about other positions that traditionally have 1 year wonders. So that's always something that you got to bring up during the evaluation process. Not too often is a tackle considered a 1 year wonder. I mean, 6'9", 346 pounds. I mean, it's a Howie Roseman pick. Like, getting trenches, somewhere on D tackle, somewhere on the offensive line. It was always a possibility. I don't know what the hell we're doing at safety. Jalen Kilgore. Is Jermod McCoy still going to free fall? I'm gonna assume both those guys are going this round. So, like, we just decided not to go DB, not to go secondary. Get as many cheap rookie contract offensive players as we possibly can, because the defense, time is coming to pay these guys. But Markel Bell, dude, what are we doing? That's yeah, you just gotta. How do we process? What are we thinking? That is a genuine, I don't know what the hell we're thinking. Not, I don't know why we're picking them, but like, what are we thinking as a fan base with this pick? Like, are we cool with this insanely proportioned gentleman who is coming off an outstanding season for the second best team in college football? You know? I would say my final statement on this pick would be, it could have been worse, but what the hell are we doing at safety? Are we going to trade for a veteran safety? Are we just, Epps is our guy. We really like Marcus Epps back there. I would have loved Jalen Kilgore at that spot. And Philly had him in for a visit. It's not our last pick in the draft, but, you know, after the Dallas trade, we send both of our fourths to Dallas. We trade one of our thirds to the Minnesota Vikings. Like, you know, to assume that we're going to get someone good that can play safety and compete to play safety, that is going to be a stretch. And it'd be naive to say, well, you know what, maybe Jermod McCoy falls to us. 31 other teams at this point are all hoping that their team will be the team that eventually stops the free fall of Jermod McCoy. Assuming that, you know, that'll be a Howie Roseman pick is, you know, a lot of projection there. But Markel Bell is an Eagle. I hope you don't see the field for the next 3 years, because that means Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson are still playing. But we've had a pretty good hit rate getting offensive linemen, and even though Jeff Stoutland is no longer in the building, we got to trust Howie Roseman. Philly starts day 2 of the NFL draft with a one second-round pick, 2 third-round picks. We end, potentially, there's a chance that maybe they trade back up, but we end at day 2 with Eli Stowers, Jonathan Greenard, and Markel Bell. Ain't a bad day at all. It might not have got the guys I want. It might not have been the holy shit, how do we make this happen, classic Howie season, but I think it could have been a worse day. We'll see how it all plays out. That will do it for me today, guys. You probably won't see me unless there's a big trade that happens and Philly comes back up in the third round. So that'll be the end of our day 2 reactions here on More C4. If it is your first time stopping by, don't be afraid to hit that subscribe button. We're on our path to 5,000 subscribers on YouTube's home to all my Eagles content, like all these reactions stuff. We'll have some videos coming up on Saturday for our day 3 picks. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Thank you very much for watching. Until next time, it's your boy C4. Say peace, I love you. Have a good one. Oh my God, fellas. Markel Bell. What, Jesus. What are we thinking? Screens my lot of projects. Yeah, but my lot, how many years do we get? The tackle is... My take on the Eagles going tackle has been, I have no idea. Last year we drafted Miles Hinton and Cameron Williams. Cameron Williams was projected as early as first round pick early in last year's draft cycle, and ended up being those classic guys that always fall. But he had traits that people were like, man, that guy could go in the first round. Fell to Philly in the 6th. You think that's your project developmental tackle. But coming into this offseason, the vibes on how Philly thought about the tackle room were very weird, because there's one line of thinking no one really knows. Do they think Hinton and or Cameron Williams could be the lane successor? They really high on those guys' development? And it's well, not enough that they weren't playing one of those guys as swing tackle. That was Fred Johnson's role. So it's okay, well, now we're going to the offseason. Maybe if Philly come out and say, Cameron Williams is going to be our swing tackle this season. Okay, maybe they're thinking that this guy's going to be able to take his game to the next level, and maybe he's Lane Johnson's successor. And then they go out and bring back Fred Johnson to play swing tackle. So, those guys haven't been able to move up the depth chart, which I think at least speaks volumes to where they think the development is going and the trajectory of those two guys. And maybe they're just tossing up those guys are going to be depth. So the Fred Johnson thing kind of signaled that they don't think one of our young tackles from last year is the lane guy. So they must think Markel Bell could be that guy. They must think they like Markel Bell at his ceiling more than Cameron Williams and Miles Hinton. I really don't know if you'd be looking for Jordan Mailata's successor at this point. But, just, gigantic human being. You always like the freaks when you can get them on the offensive line. So, again, not a bad pick. Knew it was always, you're preparing yourself that's the Howie Roseman Trenches pick. Him leaving, the first 3 rounds without getting alignment on either side. That's very rare. And we know Philly is, as much as I don't want to agree with it, very clearly looking for that Lane Johnson successor. So tackle was always going to be in play, and of the tackles that were available, you had Caleb Tiernan, you have Dunker, but a lot of people think Dunker's a guard. So if they think he's a guard, he's not even in the discussion. And some people think Caleb Tiernan's a guard. So if he's a guard, he's not even in the discussion. In terms of guys that are bona fide, this guy's a tackle or nothing at the next level. Trost is a guard from Mizzou. You got this crown over. Jude Bowery. Austin Barber from Florida. But I guess some people think he might be a guard. Travis Burke was a guy they showed a lot of interest to. Burke and Markel Bell, I think, were the 2 tackles that Philly brought in for top 30 visits. But yeah, man, it's just, again, it all comes down to, if you view this as, did Philly get the guy I want? Did Philly get the guy you wanted? Because no one was saying tackle in the chat, right? No, they didn't. So is that how? Are you going to let that really cloud your judgment on this pick? I think if you view it in the scope of Howie and the team really want to leave day 3 or round 3, day 2 with an offensive lineman. So if you're saying at 4, Philly C4, you're getting a challenge. You have to draft a tackle at pick 4. If I view that within that context, of the tackles that are available, I'm fine with Markel Bell. I'm fine with taking a swing on that. But it's just no safety, man. Going Eli Stowers over McNeil Warren really speaks to either how he has a plan at safety, and all these criticisms for not going safety might not age well in hindsight if he makes a trade or something like that. I heard maybe Jesse Bates from Atlanta could be potentially on the move. I don't really want another offseason come on, guys, let's bring Justin Simmons in. But, we got the Canadian up there, Mark Rippon, for the Commanders. Let's go. Reacting to the other pick, Sam Rouse, tight end, goes to the Bears. Don't they have... They trading Cole Kmet? That's wild. 3 tight end sets. Is that where they're going to rock? And then Romello Height to the 49ers. They need an edge rusher. He's a pro-ready edge rusher. I think he's like 25 years old. So you're hoping that he can come in and be a part of that pass rush rotation right away. Now we have the Commanders on the clock, pick 7. So always when we look at the NFC East teams, how annoying is this pick going to make me as an Eagle fan? They went Sonny Styles in the first round. That was a good get. What are we thinking? Cameron, I honestly think they might trust Epps. Epps wasn't terrible. He wasn't like the fact that Epps is just he's not an asset. But like when Epps is out there, it's like, okay, he generally can't really get picked on. I don't really remember any games that Mile Epps gets picked on. Like he's solid enough not to be completely exposed as a weakling. It's hard to do that with a safety anyways. And Epps is good for like the occasional like just gigantic hit. So we have the Commanders here at pick 71. Antonio Williams, wide receiver from Clemson. So they get the slot wide receiver. Okay. Solid pick, man. Need a receiver. Antonio Williams of the available guys in this spot. You know, I think Ted Hurst, if you're looking for an outside guy, Antonio Williams, you're looking for an inside guy. You know, I think a lot of people are going to bring up maybe Zachariah Branch still being on the board, but just getting arrested, that's going to affect his stock. I think everyone's kind of scared of Chris Brazell, those Tennessee wide receivers. Not a bad pick, man. Commanders they've done a pretty good job, man. Sonny Styles, maybe you can argue the value of getting a linebacker. Are the Commanders a linebacker away? Maybe, maybe not. But when you have a player like Sonny, are they a Sonny Styles game changer away on defense? That's a big get for them. And Antonio Williams as a wide receiver helps out Jaden Daniels. You know, Scary Terry's not getting younger. Is Debo still there on the contract? I think he is. Like Debo's, you know, not really Debo Samuel anymore. Then we got pick 8. I got the spoiler here. Tacario Davis. Bengals go height, weight, speed on the outside. 6'4", ran a 4.4. Like 2 years ago, was it 2 or 3 years ago? Tacario Davis was at Arizona when they were going on their run with Jed Fish. And I think a lot of people thought he was like the next big thing at corner in college. Unfortunately, he didn't really take that next level when he transferred to Washington. But height, weight, speed corners are always fun. They like their speed. They had DJ Turner, who's an absolute burner. Feels like I'm just rhyming. Daniel Jeremiah has the comp of Tariq Woolen. I don't hate that pick, man. I think that's solid business there. You lose Cam Taylor-Britt, 6'2", fast. You get a guy's, 6'4", fast. I see the plan. Now I got to get this thing all centered. I think we had a Bengals fan in here. What are you guys thinking? So the Bengals, they've gone back-to-back defense today. Cassius Howell and Tacario Davis. That's the blueprint. Bengals have to go cheap defensive players that they think they can contribute. New Orleans Saints on the clock. The pick is in, actually. The Giants are on the clock. The Saints. Whoa, spoilers. They go Oscar Delp, tight end from Georgia. He's going to be an interesting one. He's one of those guys, not a lot of production at Georgia. That was always going to be the thing that's kind of knocked against him. But, built like a somewhat modern tight end, ran a 4.49, known as a proven blocker. I don't hate that, man. I don't hate that for the Saints. Wow. Yeah, I was 6'5", 245 pounds, running a 4.49. It's a nice weapon. You got Jordan Tyson, Oscar Delp. Yeah, they're showing the highlights here on NFL Network, man. The yards after catch ability with Delp, like his athleticism on display, willing blocker. I'm very surprised, honestly, that Howie was valuing tight end enough to go one in the second round, and they had Stowers graded higher than Delp, which just, again, makes me think schematically what we think Philly wants in a tight end is changing. Because Delp's clearly the guy. Delp is the perfect tight end to be the understudy to Dallas Goedert, and eventually, hopefully, his ceiling is to be what Dallas Goedert is, a complete tight end. So, Saints go double up. They go offense day one with Jordan Tyson. They get the Georgia D tackle in round 2, the Georgia tight end in round 3. I think Saints fans are probably pretty happy with this draft. So the Giants on the clock, another NFC East pick. Pick 10. What do we think of the Giants are doing here? Edge, get another edge, another pass rusher. All right, we got this. The pick is in for the New York Giants. The Giants traded to get this pick. A 4 and a couple 5s. Pick 74. Are they going to redshirt Jermod McCoy? Malachi Fields, wide receiver, Notre Dame. Huh. Fine with that pick as an Eagle fan. I'll say that. Malachi Fields ran a 4.6. Not a guy that wins with speed, but just like your, jump ball, contested catch guy. All right. Giants pay a 4-5 and a future 4 to move up and get a third-round pick. That's expensive for Malachi Fields, I feel like. But, sure. Do they have, really that jump ball outside guy? Not really, right? You got, Neighbors who's a do-it-all guy. I would have thought, though, maybe, the Giants would, if they're going wide receiver, you'd look to get, your replacement for the slot wide receiver they lost to Tennessee. Get a twitchy guy versus a jump ball guy. But I will say, overall vibes on that. We're throwing some grades out. All right, we got all right. So Carson, we haven't done any grades for the third round. Let's open up this discussion. Carson Beck to the Cardinals. I'll go C. Tyler Onyedim to the Broncos. I'll go B minus. B trending towards B minus. Kieron Crawford to the Raiders. I know Dane Brugler had him as a second, third round edge rusher going in this range. So I'll go B minus. Markel Bell going to the Eagles. I'll go B trending towards a B minus. Sam Roush, again, what does that mean? Is there a trade? Has there been a trade for Cole Kmet that you guys haven't posted in the chat that I missed? Because they have Loveland, Kmet, and now Sam Roush. So I don't know what the full picture there is for the Bears. If they ended up trading Cole Kmet, then I was maybe you'll regrade that one a little bit. Sam Roush was the super high RAS Stanford tight end. Known for his blocking, athletic profile to maybe be an interesting receiver. But I'd say like that's like a C plus until we know more. Romello Height to the 49ers, I'd go B plus. Antonio Williams to the Commanders, I'd go B plus. Terrio Davis to the Bengals, I'd go B plus. Oscar Delp to the New Orleans Saints. I think in the third round, it's like really good price point, so I'd go A. And then Malachi Fields going to the New York Giants. I mean, this is where he was expected to go. Like, he was a guy that was like second, third round wide receiver, so it's not my favorite wide receiver that's on the board. Like, I would, as an Eagle fan, if they would have went like Ted Hurst here, I think I would be like, that one stings a little bit more. But, you know, I'd say like a B minus, Malachi Fields. The rumors right now are that Cole Kmet can be traded. That's the one that makes sense. There's no way you're carrying, like, what is the use of 3 tight ends, especially one that you're using in the third round, and for how expensive they paid Cole Kmet. So, we will see. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock at pick 11. I mean, Dolphins could go Jermon McCoy. Like, they're not going to be competitive this next year, so let's just get someone for 2027. But I will also say, I was kind of talking about anytime the Titans make a pick, kind of thinking like that might be my Madden team. Well, my backup Madden team, my second option I think right now is the Dolphins. So I also have that a little bit for Miami. Whoever Miami picks, I almost am gonna like grade it based off of how fun they'll be to use in Madden. Ted Hurst, please. Ted Hurst. I will make Ted Hurst my wide receiver 1 if we do a Dolphins franchise. 6 foot, almost 6'4", low 4.4 speed. This is Bryce Lance, you know, height, weight, speed from North Dakota State. Cool. All right, we'll get it all lined up here for the pick. Dolphins are on the clock. Who is coming out to announce this pick for the Dolphins? Is this going to be for my franchise? Ted Hurst at wide receiver. Bryce Lance at wide receiver. Is it going to be BPA? Jabad McCoy. They know they suck. They're going to redshirt him. Pick 75 in the third round. Caleb Douglas, wide receiver from Texas Tech. Height, weight. It is a height, weight, speed. It's not the guy I was talking about. Caleb Douglas, 6'3", 206. Ran I'm pretty sure, like a 4.39 at the pro day. Yeah, they said, right there on the broadcast, 4.39. We were right, just the wrong player. Height, weight, speed at that pick for the Dolphins. Cool pick. Again, maybe with some of the names that, you know, that's probably like a C+. But potential fun option for Madden, so I'm not going to be too harsh on it. Pittsburgh Steelers. We got the Steelers fans screaming for Pregnon. Pittsburgh has traded up to pick 12. Does the free fall stop? Pregnon could be a day 1 starter at guard. I think he only ever played right guard. I think you would be you're probably looking at him to play left guard to take over for Sayamalu. But this would be a stellar pick for Pittsburgh if they can make this Pregnon, I think, from a value standpoint. Could it be a quarterback? Could it be Drew Aller? Could it be Nussmeier? Could it be Taylon Green? Could it be a wide receiver? Could it be, you know? Do they need a pass rush like a Jayshon Barham? Like if the plan is they're trading Nick Herbig or something like that. They replenish getting that like one of those hybrid linebackers. I think Barham could be an interesting selection. But I think I get the vibes. Pittsburgh Steelers fans would be ecstatic with Emmanuel Pregnon here. Oh, they got Styx playing. That's a badass song, man. He's playing like Guitar Hero. Or not Guitar Hero. That was in Rock Band. The Renegade, something. I want it, man. Let's see if Pittsburgh Steelers fans can lose their mind. You get good karma for Philly screwing you over for Mekhi Lemon. You can get pregnant on here. Is that DK? That is Joey Porter Jr. and his dad. Okay. I'm wearing glasses looking at my screen. And I was going to say that, first of all, that he's not nearly jacked enough to be DK Metcalf. Drew Aller! Wow. There you go. I'm doing rebuilds after this draft, boys. I like that. Like, you're giving me layups. You're giving me layups for content. Drew Aller is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Wow. Wow, dude. C4, I'm late. Have you liked the pick so far? I'm assuming if you're reading for Philadelphia, I don't hate the picks, not the players I would go. And that's obviously very arrogant and selfish of me to think. But when we've got Cooper DeJean, and that was my dream pick. We've got a couple of my studs. But no bad picks for Philadelphia. I just don't know if they made the best picks for Philadelphia. The same way, like, I don't feel about either one of these picks the same way I feel about the Mekhi Lemon situation. You know what? Maybe, and I would say in hindsight, dude, if you shifted all these picks down one, and we got a safety at some point. Like, if we would have went Eli Stowers, got a safety in the 4th round, and then still got Markel Bell, like, I would be like, if I'm viewing that as a landscape and look at the players that are coming in the building, I'd be optimistic. All right, sure, Markel Bell, there's that. Let's see if he can be the Lane Johnson successor that we're always going to be trying to find till Lane hangs it up. And then we go to Stowers. The more Eli Stowers I think about that, the more I'm just removing the idea that Philly had to draft a tight end that can do it all. And schematically, they are looking for a receiving tight end. If that's what you're looking for and you want to get a tight end because Dallas Goedert's only in a 1-year deal and you want a receiving tight end, Eli Stowers, yes. That's going to be the role we ask him to do. I'm going to be stoked with that pick. But if they try to have Eli Stowers block like Grant Calcaterra, where Grant Calcaterra is like the worst blocking tight end in the league, and they still manage to just always have him out there blocking, and if they do that, stubbornness with Eli Stowers, not going to be a good time. But Drew Aller to Pittsburgh. Wow. Will Howard versus Drew Aller for quarterback 2 or quarterback 1 if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back. I mean, Mike McCarthy, he must have saw something. Mike McCarthy, I would doubt if Mike McCarthy wasn't pounding the table that he thinks Drew Aller could be a special quarterback. Obviously needs so much development. I don't think you'd be able to throw him into the quarterback 1 discussion this season. But understanding the standard in Pittsburgh, understanding that even next year, even with no quarterback, with the big question mark quarterback, Pittsburgh's still probably not going to be picking top 10. They're not going to be in a spot to get their franchise quarterback next year. So if you think Drew Aller could potentially be that guy, get in on a year of development. I think it's a super fun, interesting pick. But also, I'm not a Steeler fan, so I could see why you'd be upset with that if you're not on board. Green Bay goes Chris McClellan, Florida Gator transfer. 320 pounds, almost ran a sub 540. Nice athlete. Coming off his best season at Mizzou. I think that's a good pick. Throwing some grades. So yeah, C+, Caleb Douglas, Drew Aller. I'll go like an optimistic B. And for Chris, I'd go B as well for Chris McClellan. Do a Steelers main channel franchise to make up for the Eagles stealing Mekhi Lemon. I don't know. I don't know if I can be that generous. And you know what? Good. You know, Steelers have another pick coming up. Like they might be able to get pregnant on there at that if they think the free fall is coming. I know they're screaming for guard. All right, I don't know if Timmy's still here. Timmy might have just went off and had a hoot when the Colts didn't get D'Angelo Ponce in the first round. But the Colts are now back on the clock. What are we thinking if you're still here? Mr. Hashtag Frequent Pisser, a.k.a. our Discord mod. Colts superfan. Thought C.J. Allen, that's what you guys got. The Colts got C.J. Allen in the second round. I think that's a solid pick, man. If you need linebacker, C.J. Allen supposedly like tested at his pro day pretty well. But we are almost halfway of the third round. I am super ready, though, for this to pick up the pace. These commercials at this point in the draft are brutal. You would say the Vikings as your team. Right now, if I had my choice, Tennessee is number 1. Miami's number 2. I don't really think I've opened up my considerations for number 3. I like to go into the summit of franchise mode creators with like 3 teams. A couple options here. I don't know who my third team would be. Pittsburgh could be interesting. Atlanta could be interesting. I'm open to persuasion. It is not set in stone. But, yeah, I'd say my top 2 right now are Tennessee 1. I've always just looked for an excuse to get some Tennessee gear. I love that blue. Like, I love the Oilers blue. So if I do Tennessee, like, there's, like, hats that I would probably wear. I wouldn't ever wear anything outside. I actually have a kind of funny story that I will get to in one sec. But I love a Tennessee. Like, I would wear shit out of a Tennessee hat. I'd get some Tennessee Titan Blue Pit Vipers. I'd get an Alec Amanor Canadian stud wide receiver. I'd make him the next big thing. And then my second option would be the Dolphins, just out of pure, like, that's clearly going to be the hardest rebuild team. That'd be a fun franchise to do. Browns could be good. Browns with the new wide receiver room, that could be an interesting rebuild. You know what? That might be number 3 now that I think about it. I think the team I want to do from, like, I think it'd be the funnest team is Tennessee. But if I don't end up going with Tennessee for whatever reason, I think I would then just shift towards, like, let's go like the Raiders franchise, challenging rebuild. Miami, Cleveland. I mean, again, I think Miami, very similar to Tennessee. I always like getting gear of the team I'm rebuilding. Miami got some pretty tough gear. I get some retro shit. There we go, Pat McAfee. What's McAfee going on about here? Pat McAfee's up here doing magic. Man, they should have that Colts guy that does like the cringy singing songs. This is our Colts. I bleed blue. Good for that guy, too. Good for that guy making a living. All right, come on, Pat. Make the fucking pick. AJ Halsey, safety from LSU. Well, you know, if I'm looking overall at all the players that I somehow, someway would hope fall to the Eagles' next selection, Halsey would have been on that short list of players before the selection. I like him as a safety, man. He would have been a guy that if Philly would have picked him. If we would have went A.J. Halsey over Markel Bell, I probably would have loved that pick a little bit more. Halsey, one of my favorite traits that I like to look for in players are when guys jump up in schools, jump up at level of competition in the transfer portal, and they still kill it. Like A.J. Halsey played at Houston, like not a cupcake school, not a cupcake schedule or conference, but like he was a baller at Houston, and then obviously got a nice pay raise to go to LSU. That is still a jump up in competition, and Halsey still crushed it. Was still one of the best safeties in the SEC. I love players like that no matter what, they're a stud. Regardless of what school they went to, wherever they end up, they are always going to be one of the best players on the field. Like Halsey had that. Interesting frame, 6'2", 220 pounds. Good ball production. That's a nice pick for the Colts. Do you think the Vikings are going to trade back again? I mean, I don't know. Whoa, we got the spoiler here. Zachariah Branch gets arrested, and the team with James Pierce goes wide receiver. Interesting. The Michael Turner coming back out. Cool. They get the Georgia Bull. I mean, that makes sense. If you're trying to replace, like Darnell, you're trying to replace like that secondary receiver option. You know, maybe a little bit more of a gadget player. A lot of people talk about like the fact that like half his passes, receptions were screen passes. But I mean, he's a weapon with the ball in his hands. He was one at USC. They went to the Georgia Bulldogs, made the jump up in competition, and still thrived in that niche role. So as long as you plan on doing that, starting him out that way, I think that's an interesting pick. So I would go A.J. Halsey for the Colts. That's an A. Zachariah Branch. I'd go a B, trending towards a B+. I think Ted Hurst might have been the state of Georgia receiver to go here at 15, but if you don't want that style and you're looking, clearly that's what they're looking for. They're like, we want a guy that can be more gadgety. Like, all right, well, none of these other guys can do it. Branch is the guy. That's the role that you want to fill in your offense. Plus special teams ability. Him staying in the state of Georgia, that might be, he could have been one of those players that needs the change of scenery from college days. Damn, man. Falcons are going wholesome with their picks. They're going brotherly love, and then they're going Georgia kid. All right, the Baltimore Ravens selection is in now. Get the Ravens at the top of the screen. Got to try to get my screen game right here. The Ravens. Is this going to be a pass rusher? Yeah, Mark Ingram is kind of crushing this. Mark Ingram is killing it. They go Jacoby Lane. I just gotta tweet that. Mark Ingram is. Come on. I like Jacoby Lane, man. He was tested better than expected. Thought he was going to be the big, slow USC wide receiver. Ran 4.47, I think it was. At 6'4", and almost 6'5", 200 pounds. Spectacular catches. I think very clearly Mekhi Levin is like the more translatable, the next level. But for what he does, like who's the jump ball guy on Baltimore? It's not Rashad Bateman. It's not going to be Zay Flowers. You know, is it that other dude, the guy they got from North Carolina, is like he's like I think he's more of a speed guy than he is like the power forward type wide receiver. Ain't mad at that. I like Jacoby Lane. I'd give that like a B plus, a B overall, trending towards a B plus. I think that's a nice fit. Where's Ted Hurst disrespect? C4, the Greenard contract's only $50 million is fully guaranteed, not $8. Okay. I don't hate that as much because everyone knows when they inflate the $100 million, that's not the actual number. So 4-year, $50 million fully guaranteed. I am now a little more happy. That has improved my mood a little bit hearing that. The Jags. We're thinking they're going to go big citrus, dominant, orange. They could go, I mean, there's some interior pass rushers too. Caleb Proctor's there. Grayson Halton is there. Jags could look, I mean, they have safety listed. Could that be Kilgore looking at edge rush? Wow. Spoiler, they go Albert Regis. Defensive tackle, the athletic defensive tackle from Texas A&M. Well, there's your interior pass rusher. Tested out. He's one of those high 9 RAS defensive linemen from Texas A&M. I talked about it earlier. Texas A&M and Texas Tech had like 2 NFL defensive lines. Like two lines that like every player there is going to be an NFL starter at some point in their career. Like that, it was just ridiculous the level of talent these guys have on their defensive front. So yeah, I mean, I get that. That's a very valid position there for the Jags. I think they can go either style of D tackle, an interior guy. Like Regis is like sub 300 pounds, I'm pretty sure. And then, I mean, they can still come back, grab a nose tackle if Big Citrus continues to fall. I don't think that was a bad shout out at all. So we got the Vikings up next. They could go Jalen Kilgore. They could go, Manuel Pregnon. I don't know how he's still falling. I think maybe it's like schematic. Like if you're not running a power scheme and you're not, starving for he's probably the oldest lineman in this year's class of like the big lineman, 24. I think he might be 24, closer to 25 than he is just turning 24. So the Vikings, they got Caleb Banks, Jake Galday, going heavy on defense. Is now the time for the Vikings to go offensive side of the ball. Could they go running back? Could the Minnesota Vikings at this spot go and get Mike Washington? Like, he's still there, right? Unless I'm just completely out of it. Aren't the running backs still on the board? Mike Washington still there. Jonah Coleman still there. There's definitely some interesting names they could go, and that would not surprise me. Maybe a running back in play. I feel like the Vikings offense as a whole, even with Kyler Murray, that offense wasn't good enough to go just heavy defense in this draft with your premium draft capital. I mean, this is brutal, dude. Yeah, every commercial. Just get rid of commercials. The NFL doesn't need any more money. Let's stop monetizing the draft. Maybe you can let the players wear like sponsored stuff, NIL sponsored stuff. I don't know. There should be as soon as the pick is in, as soon as it says pick is made, you show it. And then when a team's on the clock, you can run a fucking picture-in-picture ad if you need to. But like right now, it's like, all right, let's watch 3 more commercials, and we're letting you know that the Vikings pick is coming up live. Man, I don't know about you guys. I'm watching on NFL Network, and every other commercial is like for dick pills. Like, what are you trying to say, man? I'm a father too. We're all right. Why do you keep targeting these ads towards me? Man, NFL Network ads, at least here in Canada, I don't know if they're like universal ads. It's nothing but dick pills and those scam. I bought this blender for $4 sites, and like sometimes they have like buy gold and silver. like stamps. Like, get your U.S. minted dime. Make sure you get your, like, they're just trying to, like, scam old people out of money type ads. And it's like some, like, hard guy, like some guy that's like Jocko Willink. He's like, hey, guys, get this U.S. American generator in case the apocalypse happens and get your, your Doom Prepper stuff. Doom Prepper, dick pills, and stealing old people's money is the commercials I get on NFL Network. So it's even more frustrating that the draft is getting delayed for me to watch these fucking commercials. But, yeah, fellas, I'm on, we were cable cutters, and the one downside is, you know, I'm kind of at the mercy of what is on my phone. Obviously, I could, you know, we could find ways to watch other feeds, but I'm just kind of using my phone here, and I do have paid for NFL Network, so I'm kind of stuck with their coverage. So the Vikings, I mean, I just saw it. They go, Big Citrus goes pick 18. They are beefing up the trenches. Big Citrus and Caleb Banks. That is like 700 pounds of D tackle for the Vikings. Ain't mad at that. Completely retool the trenches. I don't know if they need to go twice this early. Again, kind of surprised they didn't get at least offensive player in. They don't have any more. Whoa. So they don't have any more picks. They still have 2 more picks late in the 3rd round, so maybe that's where they're going to go. And I can totally see a scenario where Big Citrus is BPA. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think Brian Flores is too upset that he got himself Big Citrus and Caleb Banks coming in. So, yeah, I mean, Regis, that's like, I don't know, C plus, B minus type grade. I'd say Big Citrus here, that's for sure B plus. Only reason why it's maybe not is because doubling up on D tackle. Maybe you kind of use that against, you know, if you really want to take your ratings seriously of how you're grading these picks, like doubling up on D tackle. All right, we have the Carolina Panthers on the clock. Up next, they can go safety. Jalen Kilgore, they're still there. Keontae Scott, they really want to look at safety. Do they need a guard in Carolina? Is this where Emmanuel Pregnon's fall stops? Could they go Chris Pell at wide receiver? Could they go Dalen Everett at corner? Jennings Dunker, they view him as a guard. I'm gonna say vibes for Carolina is this going to be an offensive pick. Ted Hurst at wide receiver? Like, are you ready to give up on Xavier Legette? Let's see. Jake Delhomme back out there. Carolina Panthers select. Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee. Little bit of a fall for him. So, you know, wouldn't have been shocked if hear his name go in the 2nd round. Carolina in the 3rd round at pick 83. Grab the Tennessee wide receiver, who is, you know, height, weight, speed on the outside. This may be the vibes on how they think and view Xavier Legette going forward, because his skill set is kind of what you're chasing with Xavier Legette. It's just, you know, teams are a little... Tennessee runs a super gimmicky offense, and teams are always going to be scared if these players are going to translate at the next level. It's a little bit of a lottery pick, but, you know, they went Monroe Freeling in the 1st round. That's a project-type player. That's a guy that's, you know, not 100% a hit for sure. Cool, man. You get Ted McMillan. Yeah, you get Chris Brazzell's speed. Xavier Legette speed. Jalen Coker, middle of the field. I see the vision for the Titans for the Panthers offense there. Now we have the Bucs up. Pick 20. If I click this, does it show their previous picks? No, they do not. This site sucks. It looks the best. I feel like it's like the least cluttered. But, come on. See, does Tampa Bay take McCoy? Are they getting all the falling stars? I mean, yeah, Benjamin Morrison fell to them last year. I think with him getting Morrison and Jacob Parrish, I mean, you have the depth maybe to feel confident redshirting Jermod McCoy there. You think the draft overall has sucked for the Vikings? What will you have done different? I mean, obviously, yeah. If you're living in the world of mock drafts, Caleb Banks re-entering the first round might have been a little surprising. You know, would someone that could help the offense out, be a little more preferred? Like, would a running back? Would you have gone running back at some point? Man, yeah, Ted Hurst, another one of the draft crushes, kind of fallen. Look at the names that are still available here. Clearly injury. Probably surprising that Pregnon's still there. Like, I like Kilgore, but I mean, this is the range. I like Kilgore probably third round. But in terms of like guys that, I mean, off of this rating site, obviously it's a little bit different, but more so consensus, probably surprised Pregnon's still available at this point. I think Barham's getting pretty close. Like, he should come off the board. Chris Bell falling to the third round. He was kind of consensus going in the second. Same with Dunker. Ted Hurst is still on the board. He was a big. Dennis Sutton, the big winner for height, weight, speed at the combine. But not really a whole bunch of guys that are free-falling, I don't think. I think a lot of these guys that are still left were the guys that a lot of us would be stoked to see in our mock draft sim coming in the third round. And McCoy obviously has a reason why he's falling. Not just like team. Everyone got the evaluation wrong. All right, Tampa. I'm interested, man. They haven't, like, at least on our broadcast, like, this is usually the time that you'd cut to, like, Ian Rappaport dropping the story about Jermod McCoy and why he's fallen. I haven't seen that yet, unless I missed it. Pick us in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's go. Shout out to condolences to everyone else who drafted Bucky Irving in fantasy football last year. I was also a part of that. Very lucky not to win the toilet bowl in my fantasy league. Took everything to not win that. Who's this old guy? Gene Dickeroff. Wild name. That is a wild name. Oh, Ted Hurst. Okay. Lose out on Mike Evans. Lose out on that size on the outside. Replace it with Ted Hurst. We had people in chat, Bucs fans, saying, man, do Bucs go wide receiver in the first round because they got rid of it? Obviously, yeah, with Amika Buka. Chris Godwin is coming out the injury, and it's not like Chris Godwin's going to be magically, either one of those guys is going to take Mike Evans' spot stylistically in that receiver room. I ain't mad at this man, Ted Hurst. He was a guy that, as much as I could consume of Georgia State clips, I thought he was definitely a guy I feel he would be interested in before, obviously, Mekhi Lemon. So I have a pretty good grasp on what Ted Hurst. I did a video over on my More C4 channel kind of breaking down players I think stylistically could give the Eagles a chance to replace what A.J. Brown does. Obviously, in that video, didn't mention Mekhi Lemon because Mekhi Lemon's a slot. We're looking for guys that could play on the outside. And Ted Hurst was definitely a guy that I felt confident. Like, he's going to be able to be a productive player at the next level from a small school. And Tampa goes up, man, gets a Mike Evans replacement. It's a Mike Evans replacement. It's not a Mike Evans successor. I think that's the way you would phrase that. I don't think even the most optimistic Bucs fans is like, oh my God, Ted Hurst. Mike Evans, who we're going to be saying in a year's time. But I think some of the design, some of the plays you'd scheme out specifically for Mike Evans, I think Ted Hurst can win in the NFL level, at some of those routes. Pittsburgh, the Steelers, are they going pregnant? For the love of God, for the guy in this chat, can the Pittsburgh Steelers please draft Emmanuel Pregnant? Can we get a guard? The Cubs, Cam Hayward. He's gassing the crowd up. Is this the guard that Steeler fans are crying for? Dalen Everett, corner from Georgia. I mean, height, weight, speed. From a corner perspective, you get height, weight, speed going here at wide receiver with Ted Hurst. Height, weight, speed, probably the best name available with the Carrier Davis off the board. Dalen Everett from Georgia. A little bit of like a boom or bust player. But legit 6'1", 200 pounds, 4.37 speed. That's a good spot. That's a good spot for him to go. I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking, like, what's the corner room there? Like, does that mean, is Jalen Ramsey going to keep moving around? Like, you're going to have Joy Porter Jr., Jalen Ramsey, Dalen Everett. Am I missing anybody? I know we got some Steeler fans here. Where does Dalen, like, are you have Jalen Ramsey play safety? Just full-time safety now, and then Dalen Everett is... I don't know, man. If you need an outside corner and you're looking height, weight, speed, Dalen Everett's the guy, the remaining on the board here. And then we have just right now, while I'm looking at it, taking too long, the Browns trade up and get the Florida Gator Austin Barber, offensive lineman, Florida Gators. Let's go Gators. Happy with that, dude. Loved Austin Barber. You look at the RAS score. If you live and die by the RAS score, one of the highest RAS score tackles, even though some people think maybe guard ends up being his best position in the NFL. Cleveland needed to continue to build the trenches, add to that offensive line. Not a bad pick at all. I just wonder how they're going to view it. They announce it as a tackle. I mean, he's a legit 6'6", 320 pounds. Holy shit, what a highlight did they show. That first highlight on NFL Network of Austin Barber. What a fucking block. Another good player for the Florida Gators. Like, felt fairly confident Barber and Jake Slaughter were going to go today. So the Browns, they trade 2 4s and a 6 to move up to get Austin Barber, lineman from Florida. Dolphins are up next. Pick is in. This is the Jalen Phillips pick. Pick the Eagles sent them for Jalen Phillips for a 1-year rental. Love that swing. It was the right call for Philly. Jalen Phillips got paid like $1 trillion from the Panthers. We'll take the comp pick. Thank you very much. Who's this chick? They go Will Kazmarek, tight end from Ohio State. Huh. Feels a little expensive. You know, we're out here throwing grades. You know, we're going to go back throwing some grades. Big Citrus, B+. Chris Brazell, B+. Ted Hurst, B+, A-. Dalen Everett, I'd say probably a B, if that's what they were looking for. Austin Barber, I'd go B. Will Kazmarek, that feels very much C. Generous C grade getting thrown out there to the Dolphins. Feel like tight end probably wasn't BPA. But I mean, what do I know? I just pretend to know a lot about football on the internet. Any Finns fans? One of my buddies is a Finns fan. I guarantee he's going to be asking me, who the hell is this guy? I actually had a funny story. So I paused. I said, I'll come back to this. So at my kid's school pickup, right? So like you got to go. It's kind of like a car line. It's not a traditional school drop-off system. Like usually I just like park down the road from the school, and all the parents park the cars, and you walk up, go to the main doors, pick your kids up, and leave. There are two old guys, like two people that, I mean, I'm younger-ish for my kids' age, but I mean, it's not like a, TLC show for when I had my kids. But like I would say, on average, like I have pre-primary, and my son's in grade 3, and I would say on average, we're probably like the younger parents in the class. But they're two old guys, like well into their 40s, that are like usually decked out in Eagles gear, and they always talk. They don't know. Like, they're not, there's no way I know there's no way they know, like, they watch me on YouTube. But they see me wearing Eagles gear, and they're always just sparking up convos when I run into them. I don't run them all the time, but, like, the guy would be like, I remember, like, A.J. Brown. That'd be something we'd talk about, man. What the hell's wrong with A.J. Brown? Anyways, ran into him today, and it was like, is that a good pick? Was the first thing he said. Like, I don't even know his name. He's like, was that a good pick with Mekhi Lemon? And I just thought that was kind of funny. That, like, if only you knew what I did for my job. What I get compensated for. But a spin off of that is I do have also my friends in my friend circle usually tend to ask me, what the hell is about this pick? And I bet you my Finns buddies go like, Will Kazmarek. What the fuck is a Will Kazmarek? Freaky Bosco just got here. I wish my Colts would have got Anthony Hill in second. Well, we had another Colts fan that was livid that D'Angelo Pons was not a selection. But we got Will Kazmarek here, a blocking tight end. He was the blocking side of him and Max Clare. Max Clare was the receiver. Are the Dolphins a blocking tight end away? Is blocking tight end the legit play here? I mean, they're going to be a run-heavy offense with Malik Willis and Devon Achane really being the only real star on that offense. So, you get Caden Price. It seems like a lot of commitment to the run game for the Dolphins. Like, that's probably how I'd positively spin that. You kind of went into this draft like, well, who's the best tight end that can help our run game? That's probably how you have to, come to the conclusion of Kazmarek being a third-round pick. He was just an Indiana homer. He is just an Indiana homer. Oh, I see it. Emmanuel Pregnon's fall stops. He goes 24 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was probably the most popular name still on the board. Bunch of people waiting. Bunch of fans hoping they were going to get the Emmanuel Pregnon sweepstakes. Jacksonville lands him on the offensive line. Like, is he a starter for the Jags? I'm trying to think of the Jags depth chart on top of my head. I couldn't tell you. Very interesting. I agree with Daniel. I think everyone's probably going to agree with Daniel Jeremiah. If you've done any amount of research for this draft, Pregnon falling to pick 88 feels like one of the steals of this third round. Great value. I think the thing with him is he's probably like as good as he's going to get. He's a good guard. He's going to be like a solid starting guard But teams are always going to be chasing the guys that could be more of that. Teams always want to chase a guy that could be a Pro Bowl, All-Pro guard. Maybe not even get the Pregnon as an older player. But I feel like the pros and cons is the cons is, maybe he never reaches that ceiling to be the next great Pro Bowl guard. But you're getting a guy that's pretty damn good, definitely an NFL starter, and he's going to be able to play right away. I'm going to say Pregnon probably fell due to, I think schematically he's not really a scheme versatile player because he's so gigantic. He's built like freaking Blastoise. And yeah, he's an older player, and like he might be close to his ceiling, or closer to his ceiling some other players that might have a little bit more upside. All right, we have what? Chicago Bears at pick 25 go with Xavier Thomas, the burner out of LSU. I'm pretty sure like vibes on him was like more return man. Like you draft him, you're getting probably more out of him special teams early on than an on-the-field contributor, but they come out and get a burner, one of the fastest wide receivers in the class, Xavier Thomas, to the Chicago Bears. What are we thinking about that? That seems, again, a little rich. I mean, you run a couple mock drafts, Sim. Xavier Thomas is one of those guys, like, if you want him, he's probably still there in the 6th round. Going at pick 89, what do we know? But 5'10", 190 burner. I'm gonna assume that with this, that's just the offensive genius there. Seeing something he liked. Gotta trust your coach's judgment. He's done no wrong. Year 1, turn it around with the head offensively. I think I'd feel pretty confident, even if it's a little bit of a weird pick, like Roush coming in. I think you've got enough trust already in year 1 that you can trust the opinion of your coach, trust the vibes of your coach when it comes to offensive players there in Chicago. I don't really know if Ben Johnson's going to use them. But fast players, if you can find a way, you can find their niche, you can find a couple plays that they can run better than anybody else on your team, you're going to be happy with that pick. So now we have the Niners trading up, getting on the clock here at pick 90. San Francisco, one of those teams, had a first-round pick, traded out of the first round. I had a buddy that's a Niners fan, kind of pissed off about it. That, he's one of those classic stay up all night, and you don't get to see it. They go Kalen Black, running back from Indiana. Why do the Niners always draft third-round reaches at running back? Wow. I mean, from Manhattan, getting the speedy running back from the national champions, but that's such a Niners pick. Yep, ran a 4.45, 210 pounds, and he carries that 210. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Tank Bigsby. I get Tank Bigsby vibes from Kalen Black, so it's just feels a little rich, feels a little expensive to get Kalen Black. I don't know if I had him as a top 100 player in the class, but that is a so on-brand 49ers pick. I think trading up for that pick too, that's like double surprise. Who are you leapfrogging for Keelan Black? Who do you think's taking Keelan Black? So Niners, DeJon Stribling, Romello Height, Keelan Black. I'd like to get the vibes there on the Niners fans. That seems like a potentially polarizing haul from day 2 of the NFL draft. Or that's your draft so far. The Raiders, our partial part-time team, the Raiders on the clock now at 91. What are you guys thinking for the Raiders? Offensive line or wide receiver? What do we got on O-line? What do we got on wide receiver? I mean, Connor Lewis center. You don't need a center. Caleb Tiernan, but I think a lot of people think he might be a guard. Jennings Dunker could be a fun pick, but I think what's the weak spot right now on that Raiders O-line? Left guard? Left guard, right tackle? So, I mean, Jennings Dunker could be a fun selection there. Surratt at wide receiver. Yeah, we could get a run on Hoosiers here. Bryce Lance for Al Davis. Do it for Al Davis. Get height, weight, speed again. I'm going to be honest. If they get Bryce Lance, knowing that the Raiders are going to have Bryce Lance and Dante Ford Jr., I might have to run it back with the Raiders as our main channel franchise again next year. If you're going to tempt me like that with the type of playmakers and athletes they get out on the field there. Man, Kate, like a couple weird picks here, dude. Like Pregnon sticking out, and it's like, all right, Will, because you could do 1,000 mock drafts. And again, this is not a valid argument. This is a shitty argument to make. But we're in the content creation space. We're in the YouTube space. You're hanging out. Mock drafts are a huge piece of content. You could do 1,000 mock drafts, and I don't think you have Kaczmarek, Xavier Thomas, or Kalen Black going anywhere near the third round. It's just kind of weird, like all those picks are grouped together. Like Pregnon, Barber, Everett, Hurst, Brazil, Big Citrus, all those guys, very popular picks in this second, third round range. And then you get like 3 out of 4 that are kind of head scratchers. Are the Raiders going to be the next head scratcher? It'd be funny. This is what, like Mike Washington. I know we have Genty, but give me for Al. This is for Al. Jackson Powers Johnson can play left guard or right guard. Well, yeah, either way, whatever spot he plays, the other spot you're gonna need a starter for. Raiders fans want Surratt. Could you be the team that redshirts Jermod McCoy? I'll tell you right now. How about this? I'm gonna pose the question to chat. Does Jermod McCoy go today? You think a team's gonna grab him in the third round, or is he gonna fall into day 3 of the NFL draft? I'm gonna set up a poll for that one. What Madden rating did he give Jermod McCoy? I mean, I think he'd still pull a 70. Like, I'd be surprised if he's not like a 70 depth trait. But like, what was like Will Johnson's rating? Benjamin Morrison's rating. Like, Benjamin Morrison had a little bit of a free fall. Raiders are on the clock at 91. Not a first pick, the Raiders. They go guard, Trey Zune from Texas A&M. There's your guard, dude. 9 summer as athlete. I think he was like a 9'7", something. Played everywhere, all over the line for Texas A&M, and they announced it as a guard. So there's your guard. I think that's a right position pick for the Raiders. I think you're probably going to be pretty happy with that. Looking back at the poll, we have 58% of people think Jermod McCoy is going to hear his name called before the end of the third round. We're getting late. There is not that many picks remaining. We are in it to the final 8 selections. And you guys think Jermod McCoy. Dallas? You think Dallas did it with Siobhan Revell? Siobhan Revell was kind of like a red shirt guy, or red shirt most of the season. That could be a Jerry Jones pick. Dallas also could look at Kyle Lewis, off-ball linebacker. A lot of similarities to his game to a little bit of Demarion Overshown, where like Overshown was kind of like a safety tweener at Texas, recruited as such. Kyle Lewis, kind of, some people think he could be a big nickel at the next level. The Dallas Cowboys pick us in at 92. I don't know who these guys are coming out. Say some shit about the Eagles, I dare you. Tony Dorsett, and Drew Pearson. As an Eagle fan, am I going to be annoyed with this pick? Jay-Sean Barham from Michigan. Okay. That's not a bad pick. Kind of like a hybrid guy. I mean, that's a solid pick for Dallas. Like that's a B plus for me. Trey Zune, B plus. You know, Kalen Black, that's probably like a C. C plus. Probably closer to that's like a C plus, closer to a C. Xavier Thomas, same kind of vibes. Don't want to shit on the pick. Pregnon, that's an A for Jacksonville. But that ain't bad business. Barham goes to Michigan. It's going to be about how the team wants to utilize him. Like, he's not quite Arvell Reese where, like, you know, he's you can line him up. But, I mean, you can play in the box. You can have him kind of be undersized as a pass rusher, but, you know, one of the better run stuffers in this year's class. That ain't bad, man. Doubling up, Malachi Lawrence, Jay-Sean Barham. Pair that with Ezra Aku. Certainly not having Micah Parsons, but can't dwell in the past. No more Micah Parsons. Get multiple guys that can pick up that production and give you Micah Parsons production. I think Barham, that's a nice pick there for Dallas. Annoying. That is annoying, but they could have. I would have rather them go with a Will Kesmerick, to be honest with you. Off topic of the current pick, C4, what are your current letter grades of the Eagles drafting counting John Greenard in the trade? So Eagles, we got, you know, I don't know. I'm not a good averages guy. Let's get this Rams pick in, and then I'll answer that. Rams at pick 93. Ty Simpson, bizarre pick. So weird seeing McVay's reaction to it too. Like clearly, like was frustrated. Tavon Austin, Keegan Trost, tackle from Mizzou. I think the plan is for him to kick inside the guard because he's 6'4", shorter arms. But he was like a PFF darling. He was like one of the highest graded tackles by PFF last year. So it's just kind of, they announced him as a tackle, so that would be interesting. But to answer your question about the Philadelphia Eagles letter grade, so I'd say like Mekhi Lemon, that's an A. Eli Stowers, I would go B plus, closer to a B. But I'll give it B plus. Markel Bell, B minus. John Greenard for thirds, I'd say B plus. So like I'd have Philly right around a B plus so far for the draft. I think that's fair. I don't think I was being optimistic again. Like I would have Eli Stowers probably closer to a B because in my mind, we need like we need a tight end that can do it all. And Stowers is very one-dimensional, but it's a new offense. It's a new scheme. If that's what Sean Mannion literally came to Howie and said, yeah, you know, we can work with Dallas Goedert, but like get me a guy like that dude from the Chargers. Like Gadsden. Like one of those kind of just like big wide receiver tight ends. Go get me one of those guys. I'm like, okay. You want one of those guys? The best one of those guys is Eli Stowers. So like that's kind of swaying my grade a little bit up to a B plus. Because you don't make that pick, I don't think, thinking that you're going to develop Stowers into a complete, well-rounded blocking tight end. Or like tight end that can block. And obviously, yeah, Marco Bell would have rather a safety at that spot, but you know how he was going to grab a tackle at some point, and he could do a lot worse than Markel Bell. But yeah, I'd say B plus. There we go, get another guy, Eagles fan here. Chase saying B plus. Jennings Dunker's getting disrespected. Yeah, well, if he's getting penciled in at guard, right? If you have him listed as a guard, he's not going to be a tackle. You know, Pregnon's probably, it's not a hot take to have Pregnon as a higher rated guard than Dunker. And then you got Trey Zune who comes in. Trey Zune has big time athleticism, like really high, like one of the more athletic interior linemen. Dunker's kind of just like a solid athlete. And then, I don't know, if the Rams announced Trost as a tackle, I mean, maybe Dunker wasn't in play if they think he's a guard. So we have the Dolphins back on the clock at pick 94, final 6 picks of the night. Going a little bit later than we did for the first round, but ain't bad. Raiders have 3 centers and 2 are playing guard. Yeah, just like Madden, dude. Wow, you hate Crawford. I mean, it'd be good to look. I don't know if you subscribe to The Athletic. Dane Brugge got a pretty good write-up of Crawford. I'll see. I don't know if I can share that. But he had him as a second rounder. But we are still all on Jermod McCoy watch. How far is he going to fall while we're here, fellas? If you get to like the stream, let's like the stream. If you enjoyed hanging out here. Not going to be able to stream tomorrow. Quick update with my brother. Obviously, I'll just kind of leave it as long-term outlook. Kick in the nuts. Pretty big kick in the nuts, to be honest with you. But short term, he is kind of coming home for a little bit tomorrow, so I'll be able to go to my parents and see him. And that plays a big part, as in I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I got some stuff I got to do, but I will be over on More C4, the second channel, which if you've yet to subscribe, we're on our way to 5,000 subscribers. I'll be uploading my Eagles reactions to all their picks tomorrow. And I'm going to be working on the updated roster for our rebuilds. Going to get all these draft picks on the right teams. And I'm going to try tomorrow to record our first realistic rebuild. Miami Dolphins have picked 94. They go Chris Bell, wide receiver from Louisville. I think there's a good shot. There's value there. I did a little watching at Chris Bell because you look at the tail of tape. We're trying to find who could be A.J. Brown. Chris Bell kind of built like A.J. Brown. Doesn't really play like A.J. Brown. But Bell is one of those guys that, a little bit of a lottery ticket. I don't know if his style of play. He played, in my opinion, he played bully ball in college. And bully ball, absolutely guys that play that can play like that in the NFL. A.J. Brown can play like that. A.J. Brown would bully guys off the ball at Ole Miss. Translate it to the next level. Chris Bell, will he be able to do that? We will wait and see. I think at that price point, that is a very good pick for the Dolphins. And as someone, again, that is viewing every Miami Dolphin pick as that could be my next franchise team, Will Kazmarek not doing anything to the hype rating of potentially rebuilding the Dolphins next year. Chris Bell, on the other hand, I could do some work with Chris Bell. I could see Chris Bell becoming my wide receiver 1 long term. But yeah, I don't know. If you've ever gone through stage 4 cancer with anybody, there are some tough conversations that eventually happen that are trending towards needing to happen, without going into too much detail. So, yeah, it sucks, but I get to go see him tomorrow. It's cool. All right, we got the New England Patriots on the clock at pick 95. We got Deion Branch out there. They go Eli Raridon, tight end from Notre Dame. Solid pick for the run-on tight ends. Like, the names are getting kind of small. I like the upside for Raridon. I think it makes sense from a Patriots depth chart standpoint. You don't really have, Hayden Hurst. Hunter Henry's not getting any younger. So, who's going to be that next tight end that could potentially develop into something? And I think Raridon, if I'm looking for developmental tight ends at this point that might be able to be better pros than college players, I think Raridon's almost 6'7", ran a 4.6 plus athlete. Notre Dame does have a pretty good track record of sending tight ends to the NFL. I think it's a really solid pick for the Patriots. Back-to-back nice picks in the AFC East. Well, we have the Pittsburgh Steelers trading up. Pick 96. Well, I think Pittsburgh go Kyle Lewis just to get the Pitt guy in. I don't really think they need a off-ball linebacker, but I don't know, maybe they trade Patrick Queen or something. Try to get cheaper at linebacker. They go Jennings Dunker. There you go. We had the Steelers guy wanting Pregnon so bad. That's probably like a nice consolation prize to leave day 2 with a guard. Jennings Dunker just looks like a Steeler lineman. That looks like a Steeler lineman from the 70s. List him as a guard, so I assume left guard is where you're going to be kind of deploying them. Congrats to the Steeler fans in chat that have been screaming for a guard. I think that's a nice little way to end your draft here for the hometown team. Couple linemen, man. Ian Otshore. I mean, obviously, Broderick Jones' future might not be the most brightest right now. Did you just get the left-hand side of your offensive line figured out? Dunker and Ian Otshore? Dunker 6'5", 320. Just looks like an NFL lineman. We got 2 Vikings picks, Seattle, and then the Jags are going to finish out the day 3 draft. Well, everyone's here. The old like button, if you've been tuning in for us, hanging out with us all night. C4, who do I want the Eagles to take next? So the Vikings can snipe them. I want Jalen Kilgore. If I'm looking at the names right now, I mean, Philly does not have a pick until round 5. I mean, every single human being is probably like, I'm now good with getting Jermod McCoy and playing that lottery ticket. But assuming Jermod McCoy, just because that's everyone's answer, yeah, I'd say Jalen Kilgore, but he's also the second top player there. So I've always liked Kilgore. If Kilgore literally was down here on the list, he would still be my number 1. It's safety. Jalen Kilgore, Keontae Scott. If either one of those guys can come in and be a safety, I'd be grateful. I wouldn't hate Malik Muhammad if we want to look for like another corner that could potentially bail us out if Tariq Woolen's too volatile, and we don't have to look towards Keely Ringo. I can live with a Malik Muhammad. Dennis Sutton, I love the athletic traits. I'd still be in on that. I love Philly to say like we think we could develop this guy a little bit. Probably not going to go wide receiver, even though I like some of these names down here. I think Overton could be interesting if they view him as a guy can kind of play over the defensive line. Could he be a guy, maybe Moro Jomo, successor on the depth chart? I mean, of the names that we're seeing here on the first page, is probably it. Caden Proctor. I like Caden Proctor, D lineman. But as it stands right now with the final board, I'm very casually going with the top 2 defensive backs that are still there. Dom, phone's gonna die. Hey, man, thank you very much. Thanks for coming, hanging out, buddy. Appreciate it as always. See you on the next one. We will have a new Utah Yetis episode. It's all scheduled, uploaded, pre-uploaded, ready to go. I was on top of my shit here this week. But in terms of streams, probably won't see you again till, from a stream standpoint, I don't think I'm going to have a reason to stream until Yeti's Super Bowl, hopefully, and or off season. But we are going to have some baggers, man. We have our new rebuild series is going to kick off. We rebuilt officially all 32 teams. Those were just regular rebuilds. That was me controlling this draft. But through the power of PC mods, I'm going to be able to do like kind of our Madden 27 roster rebuilds after the draft is completed. I'm going to have the 100% accurate draft, 100% accurate free agency, real player portraits, not doing this where it's like all the generic faces ruining it. The immersion of real player portraits. It's going to be cool. I think I'm going to be honest, probably going to start with the Raiders. I feel like that's probably a good starting point for this series. But I mean, maybe I'll change my opinion. But yeah, I can't wait. Swoosh, absolutely agree. I think if every year of Madden, I'll say financially, without going too deep into it, financially this was a better year for me than last year's Madden. So I always kind of look back on that. Plus, you got to factor in college football. But I didn't have, very lucky. I didn't have I had literally a third of the amount of sponsors I usually get. But this year was a better year just strictly off not even having sponsors and YouTube. So it was like a really good year, relatively for me. Relative for like not really blowing up. But the thing I want to leave with in every year, outside of that factor, is I like to leave with something. Like something from a content perspective that we can take going forward. Right? And I don't always get that personally. It's selfishly something I look for. But I think this year, what I am taking from this year, outside of the fact that, yes, it was a pretty good year for the channel. The Canadian government's after a slightly used Chevy Suburban that I have to pay within a week's time. Okay? That's the kind of year we had. I'm taking away the off-season streams. The off-season streams this year were something that we did in the past sometimes, not always. We're now leaving this year like that's something that I'm always going to have in every one of my franchise modes going forward. Having the community input in the draft class, finding the studs together. I hope so. Vikings at 97. Go Caleb Tiernan. What did they announce him as? A tackle or a guard? I mean, you would assume Minnesota's getting him as a swing tackle, probably. You have your tackles in place. I mean, Brian O'Neill, I guess, is starting to get up there in age a little bit. Love you, Peyton. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Appreciate it. Air sweet. Yeah, I hope they give. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I've had some. If I can get conversations for what I want to see in the new Madden game, unfortunately, my plan will be to nerf the giveaway dev trade bug on draft classes. All right, the pick is in. Pick 98. They go Jacoby Thomas, safety from Miami. How is that guy going ahead of Jalen Kilgore? Interesting pick. Like we've been a minute since we did letter gates. I gave Barham a B+ for the Cowboys. Tross, that's probably like a C trending towards a C+, just because I know he's like a PFF darling. A lot of the underlying metrics are very good for Trost. Chris Bell at 30, I almost would give that an A. I think that's a great swing. Because if he hits his ceiling, there's a lot of value there, and he could be an impactful guy for the Dolphins in the third-round pick. Raritan, I'd give that a B. Makes sense for the depth chart. Jennings Dunker at that spot, I'd give that an A, especially because more so the Steeler fans here were just so adamant they needed a guard. So being able to leave with Jennings Dunker is pretty sick. Back-to-back Vikings, you go Tiernan and Thomas. I mean, I'd say Tiernan's probably B-, like assuming you just got a swing tackle in the third round. And then Thomas, I mean, I like other safeties that are available there. So I'd probably just kind of just guessing on the outside looking in, that'd be like a C. Seattle goes Julian Neal. Ooh, I want to see, what do they announce him as? He's another one of those guys, could be a corner, could be a safety. I'm going to guess he's probably corner. What up? We got Cliff Abel. Oh, they just call him a DB. That doesn't really provide a whole lot of clarity. Nice athlete. He was one of those guys, every now and again. There was one year when just watching the drills on NFL Network, back when the draft was done properly and the NFL Network is starting like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, like no one was watching. I remember Kenny Galladay, who ended up, like, at least on his first contract, being a steal for the Detroit Lions. Kenny Galladay was like the one guy I was like, this guy is killing these drills. I've never really heard of him. I'm in. This guy could be a steal. I always try to watch the combine drills. Unfortunately, I had a lot going on this year, so I wasn't able to. But I did watch the DB drills, and I thought that this Julian Neal guy looked pretty damn impressive for a guy that I didn't really know a whole lot about. You know, Arkansas is one of those schools that just has crazy athletes. Oh, we got the third pick. Did the final pick come in? Ooh, one of my sleepers. I had 2 sleepers at safety. One is Jaquarius Conley from Charlotte. He's more UDFA range. And then Jalen Husky, another player, man. I had Maryland. That's just degenerate gambling has led me to know about Jalen Husky. I took Maryland a lot. I took probably the first 5 games of Maryland. Maryland started out hot. Malik Washington quarterback. So Maryland was making me some money as underdog, moneyline underdog. And when I would watch Maryland play, Jalen Husky was the best player on Maryland's defense. He would have big hits. He played in cover, like his coverage. He kind of looked like a corner out there. Didn't test crazy enough that I thought he would be like that was honestly like my, if Eagles miss out on all the safeties, who would be the safety 5th round, 6th round that I kind of really like. Husky would have been, right in that list. Damn, good pick. I like him. I'll tell you right now, Jalen Husky was the best pick in my opinion after Jennings Dunker. I'll leave that there. But, that'll do it here, fellas. I am absolutely burnt. Thank you very much for tuning in to our stream here. Thank you, all Eagles fans. Make sure if you are an Eagle fan in particular, if you're any fan, go check out the second channel, More C4. But an Eagle fan, a lot of the content, all tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow, but all my Eagle reactions will be uploaded over there. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it. As always, another draft season in the books. In terms of content, new Yetis episode will be uploaded tomorrow afternoon. We're going to have on More C4 Eagle draft pick reactions. And then the plan is on Sunday, hopefully to have our first kind of post-draft new roster realistic rebuild. It's probably going to be the Raiders with Fernando Mendoza. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Thank you all guys for coming and hanging out. And until next time, it's your boy C4 saying peace out, love ya. Have a good one.